Good evening, everybody. It's I don't know if I count it as a late start or a Friday start, but um, I'm ashamed to admit I actually had the ability to start at 7 today. I did want to take the time to get some dinner, but I've also been working on a little project in the background. There's basically, it's a data thing that I've been doing. I'm certainly looking forward to doing more with it. I originally wanted to try and do some of that for the game dev meetup, which happened on Wednesday, which is why I wasn't broadcasting then. If you didn't get the chance to hear the info last time, but yeah, overall, I'm happy I went. I will. I'm always a little self conscious to say this because these are people that I know. Um, but the specific one I'm thinking of is also a couple of years old, so I don't necessarily think it's all that bad, but I've noticed for the presentations, and I say this as someone who sometimes really struggles to get um, the runtime of a talk in into what I had originally planned. I do find the question and answer really tends to sink me. Um, but I do sometimes notice that there is a tendency for people presenting to maybe assume that the thing that they are doing is more interesting than it necessarily is. And I want to be really careful in terms of how I say that because there is going to be, it's a little bit like going on to Steam and saying, oh, well, most of the stuff on here sucks. It's like that could even be true, but the reason why Steam works is because the definition of what sucks is different for everyone. And so by opening up the platform and letting people engage with that sort of stuff, it's going to be, we wind up better off. And so with that in mind, every presentation is not necessarily going to be my thing. And I am lucky to a certain extent that oh, that's interesting. Sorry, my program's running in the background here. But yeah, so like it absolutely should be that I don't find every presentation interesting, just because that probably means that the group is less open than it actually is. Um, but with that in mind, it's also quite important. And like again, the better way to do this is to sort of put it in the context of sort of my own issues in terms of presenting. Not everybody is going to necessarily be interested in the data stuff that I have to say. Not everyone is going to necessarily agree with some of the things that I write if I'm, doing a presentation based on one of the essays that I've done. And it is a good thing for me to keep that in mind because if I wind up giving, say, a 40-minute presentation on this subject that someone thinks maybe isn't even sufficiently related to gaming, um, I'm being pretty disrespectful of people's time in that situation. So the organizers do a really wonderful job of basically trying to keep everything, running along. I don't know quite the right way to put it, but they try to make sure that everything is working and running along. But I do know that Wednesday's session went quite a bit later than I think anybody was really expecting. And that did wind up making me very, very sleepy. But anyways, I'm very happy that I went. Again, I don't want any of that stuff to sound like it's speaking too ill of the group, because in terms of some of the stuff that was shown, like you've got there's somebody who did an actual Atari cartridge. They put their game on an actual Atari cartridge and learned how to make it. That was one fun thing. There's a presenter, Jeremy, who always does something fascinating. He wrote sort of his own extension or dialect of Forth, and made a game in something that's like a 286 or something along those lines. There's the more traditional games that people share as well. So anyways, data is my big thing. I try to share where I can there. But the program, I don't know, I keep adding to this program and I'm overall happy with it. But I am actually I'm watching it run right now. It's been going for about 20 minutes and I was sort of like, okay, well, I do actually need to get the stream done. So that's just going to run in the background while I get ready for Book of Hours. Other than that, I hope you are all well. I will say, so next week is my last week at my current job. So essentially February is the best way to just sort of think of me, starting the new job proper. Cause I figure there's, going to be a couple of days of like orientation and things like that. But, I do have more of a commute for that job. And so one of the ways that I think that's going to wind up affecting the broadcast overall, I think what's going to happen is I'm going to wind up being more strict with my bedtimes. And I have said that in the past, and there have been times where I wind up extending a little bit later. But because of that commute, and particularly because, you haven't quite figured out the flow for the day yet or anything like that, and I suspect I will have more in-person work, at least at the start, rather than the hybrid work. What I'm really accounting for here is not so much... I'm not really expecting to work any more or less hard. I already think that I work quite hard at what I do. But I am also conscious of the fact that when you are working in a hybrid situation and you can log in at your start time, all those little extra things, right, like having breakfast, making a cup of coffee, doing some exercise, all of that stuff is immediately available to you. And what I would need to do in addition to my commute, I kind of need to make sure all of that stuff is done prior to the commute. And all of a sudden you're adding, 1 or 2 hours to the start of your day. And yeah, so, it's these are things that everybody has to deal with. It's probably good to start off well at a new position and then kind of get an idea in terms of what the commitments are going to be relative to the stream. If it winds up going for a particular time, so if it does turn out that I wind up really feeling a push and pull in terms of being able to do the stream well and and also meet my obligations to my employer, I will consider switching the hours. I would suspect that the more likely scenario is that I will push the time forward, which I realize isn't great. One of the things that really helped the channel growth when I lived in Vancouver was the fact that I had later hours by Eastern times. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Like, streaming's not gonna pay the bills, so I do need to make sure that I'm taking care of that. But yeah, so I don't expect too much of a disruption, but just a bit of a heads up in terms of where things are gonna go for the broadcast over the next little while. And then I feel like there were other details to talk about, but I'm honestly drawing a blank, and it's almost been 10 minutes, so let's load up and try and fix some of the errors I made. So I'm not too torn up by what happened last time, but one of the real shames of the last round was I have a number of elements of the soul. In fact, let me just see if I can find that on... I should have some notes to this effect. Oh, that's weird. Okay, just let me take a second here. I thought I took some notes about the elements of the soul that, or the skills that I was supposed to commit but didn't. So, again, I feel a little foolish about this, but we'll make do. So yeah, if this hasn't happened, and it doesn't look like it has, let's make some notes now. Okay, so Tradiz Mahira's good, Resurgences and Emergences, Quenchings and Quellings, Sickle and Eclipse. Edict's Liminal is committed. Sacra Lamea, Preliminal Meter, Horns and Ivories, Door and Wall, Rites of the Roots, Sights and Sensations. Let me just double check something here. Okay, we're on wrapping. Disciplines of the Hammer, Auroral Contemplations, Inks of Containment, Glaziering and Lightsmithing, Weaving and Knotworking, Bells and Braziaries, Sea Stories, Snow Stories. Okay, Watchman's Paradoxes. Now that one, I believe that one we're locked out of because we fully committed to Nyctodromian Illumination. Inks of Revelation. And again, I suspect here that the Ithistry is already taken up. Solutions and Separations, Disciplines of the Scar, Edicts Inviolable, Sacra Solis Invicti, Ragged Crossroads, Great Signs and Great Scars, Hieroglyphics, Glassblowing and Vessel Crafting, Heal and Hollow, Pentiments and Precursors, Sand Stories, Applebright Euphonies, Purifications and Exaltations, Insects and Nectars, Sharps, Transformations and Liberations, Anbury and Lapidary, Inks of Power, Sky Stories, Path and Pilgrim. So that is Birdsong or Nyctodromy. So that may be another example of something that we've sort of locked ourselves out of because of the... maybe an example of something we've locked ourselves out of because of the full... we filled both of those up. Orchids and Narcotics, Desires and Dissolutions, Surgeries and Exsanguinations, Spices and Savors, Stitching and Binding, Lockworks and Clockworks, Coil and Chasm, Meniscate Reflections, Herbs and Infusions, Strings and Songs, Edicts Martial, Ronoscopy, Putrefactions and Calcinations, Rhyme and Remembrance, Serpents and Venoms, Stone Stories, Leaves and Thorns, Magaphine Mysteries, Wolf Stories, not committed. And Pearl and Tide is committed. And then we've got Vac, Hyksos, Ericapean, Killisimi, Crack Track, Deep Mandiac, Sabazine, and Ramsund. Ramsund we did commit. And then Kernwek Henevek, which I believe was reserved for Ithistry. Better be reserved for Ithistry. Let me... Actually, I think I made a note to that effect in my spreadsheet. Yeah, so Ithistry would get Kernwek Henevek. I don't even remember. I used to think I knew... Yeah, I don't actually feel comfortable enough to even make a guess here in terms of what Kernwek would get me. So, if I take a look at Nyctodromy, that is full up. If I take a look at... so that would, Nyctodromy and Illumination completely full up. So that knocks out Watchman's Paradoxes. Birdsong, I believe, is also full up. Yep. So that knocks out Path and Pilgrim. So really, we're looking at two here. We've got one with Hushery and Ithistry, and then we've got Skolakosophy and Birdsong, so Wolf Stories would go to Skolakosophy. Now, the Skolakosophy one is a little tricky. It's not unsolvable, but Wolf Stories currently has a position 2. So I would need to level that up. Now the good news is I've got a lesson of many facets, which I could use to level that up if I was so inclined. Not necessarily the first choice I would have made, but I can live with it, right? And then the remaining option really is Inks of Revelation. So as long as I'm comfortable with the text, the inks, truths that were, the inks called in Castum Terminale are permitted only to the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Those inks can be used to reveal truths, even truths that are no longer so. Not since the dawn times when the sun hung red and low, and we felt its warmth like autumn. If that first and gentlest sun returned, the truths might return with it. Hushery remembers. Now, I kind of wish I remembered what the text for the other one was. I think I deleted my old notes to see where I could commit it, what the other option was. But yeah, in this case here, we're gonna go for the points. This actually also winds up putting Whist equal to my Faust unintentionally, but there you have it. Okay, I do still have a skill that's being used for something. I'm trying to remember what. I mean, I suppose I'll find it when things cycle through. It just feels a little weird this early in the day to have a skill locked up, especially a level 9 one. Actually, with that in mind, maybe I left something on the Tree of Wisdoms? Nope. Oh, wait. No, hang on. I thought I had a skill that was being worked on, but it wouldn't explain. So I think I definitely have some books that I'm reading here. Actually, weirdly enough, I may now have more Whist than Faust. But yeah, I don't see why I would apply a skill to... I'm trying to think why I would apply a skill to reading a book. I don't think that's what happened. Anyways, like I said, give it enough time, it'll probably sort itself out. So, in the interest of getting some more elements of the soul, I am going to level up Wolf Stories. And for that, I think, we go for Moon and Scale, and just so that I can preserve the fog, I am going to read. I'm going to read texts to get that, rather than just take the Actually, hang on. I think one of these is already 108. Got Wrapped in the King, 108. Yeah. So actually, maybe I'm already working on Wolf Stories. I probably am. So you know what? Let's just let that slide. Okay. So there's a number of different tasks that I want to perform today. Now, one thing that I have done is I've actually made some notes of the skills that can level up some of my skills. So, for instance, Wind and Waiting will work with Birdsong, Ascended Harmony, Birdsong and Bosk, Didymos, Oromachistry and Hushery, Curious Hunch, Nyctodromy, Invincible Audacity, Illumination and Ithistry, Earthquake Name, Ithistry and Skolakosophy, Horizon Sight, Hushery, Enduring Reflection, Nyctodromy, Occult Scrap, Oromachistry, An Old Moment, Preservation. So, if I want to try and get another Pneuma, and there's sort of an argument for that. Sorry, just give me a second here. I may have to run and get my pen, but I'm going to try and run out the clock as much as I can on that. So if I'm going to be going back to Pneuma to try and Mjolnir's Might, how are you doing? If I would like to try and level more things up, particularly with regards to the I don't know, like the languages, let's say, then I think Numa makes sense to pursue. And there is a small argument for pursuing the language, just because we do technically have two texts that I've not yet read. Now, they're both, 4 intensity. There are very few things that we can level up now as part of our, Tree of Wisdoms. In fact, really, I guess it's Path and Pilgrim and Watchman's Paradoxes, which are the ones that we would be breaking up to achieve certain outcomes. This is the same game from release, basically. This isn't the one that I did where I was playing the Magnate for what I went for the Agonalia of Janus. But this is one I've been playing for a while. So yeah, I did have, like I said, I'm a little frustrated with myself for not properly managing the different priorities in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. But I what am I going to do, right? If I keep these things in a spreadsheet, I kind of assume that the things are permanent. And to be fair, I relied too much on the temporary file that's created when if you have a crash or something like that. So, it's not the end of the world. We are looking to win the game in the end. So the last sort of big thing that I want to do is I have a fairly clear idea in terms of what Newman I would like to pursue, but I do also have some ideas in terms of saying, like, okay, well, I have an idea of what Newman I would like to pursue, but I don't necessarily know all of the different endings available to me. And I'm thinking even specifically the ones that are accessible to the Twiceborn, like myself. So we know the Lantern one, we know the Nock one, and we know the Forge one. But I believe we've got a Moon and Nectar one. And then there's a scale one I'd kind of be interested in looking at. So I've got notes for Heart, Sky, and Winter. Those are maybe a little less important. I guess one for Grail as well. And again, I imagine there's probably one for every aspect that we can be working with, but whether I want to pursue all of those is a whole other question. So essentially what this comes down to is the old trade-off was, if I start combining these elements of the soul, then the risk that I run into is that I'm going to have to I'm going to have fewer elements of the soul to work with in order to, to do all that stuff in Numa in terms of generating lots of memories. But again, in Numa, I don't really have that many things that I want to level up anymore. It's really just a question of, committing or writing down the appropriate history. And then, of course, finding any other mysteries inside of the house that I was working on. So we were sort of pursuing the story of Gervenius Van Loren and Willem Harries. And we checked the furniture, we checked the the serpent style glass. There may be something that I can take a look at in terms of, so we've got an almanac of entrances and letters to my successor. I think there's a little bit that's been suggested in terms of the name day riddle. There's definitely some things that we can look at to figure out more of that story, although I suspect in the end I'm going to have more questions than answers by the end of it. But the biggest thing, beyond just my usual explorations of the house, The biggest one for me to check out at this point is these extra endings. And the dilemma that I have is this. I'm very limited in terms of how I can write down a history. So let's use Lantern as an example. So I take Nona's desk. So for Lantern, we would use Uzult. Then I would add my journal. And then you would add a skill. So in this case, we can do Auroral Contemplations. And then the memory we know has to be 5. So this one's pretty straightforward because we're already over it. But I believe I need a total of 25 in order to be able to do what I need. So Moon and Nectar are my 2 other goals, and you can see pretty quickly what the problem is when it comes down to Moon and Nectar. So I'll take my Tryst. We will, again, we add the journal. For that one, I can never remember the Moon one. I thought it might have been Nillikant, but Nillikant is definitely Winter, definitely Scale, and I think it's Edge as well. Yep. So maybe Maricat? No, it's got to be Porphyrin. Yeah. Okay. So my best Moon skill might be Sickle and Eclipse? No, Tridesma Hyra. Okay. So for that, we're at 18. And again, we need 25. So I'm actually too short on the Tryst. Now, remember, I've already got a Tryst committed. So I don't just need a Tryst plus. I need one higher than that. So, so that's one that I'm going to want to follow up on. And then Nectar, I suspect, is going to be a very similar story. Now, I think the Rites of the Root... Okay, yeah, the Rites of the Roots will help me, but I do need a Nectar desk. I think we've already used Natan's... Well, Natan doesn't give me Grail. It's Nona that gives me Grail. Grail. Nectar. Okay. So Rites of the Roots. Now, this we would use Health. So again, we get the free 5. And then Maricat is the Encastum. Okay. So again, we're at 18. So in that case, we're looking at Health ++. Finally, there are some ones that I'd like to do with Heart. Now, the Heart and all of that, that's a little more of a... Like, that's kind of more of a target of opportunity. But while we're doing this investigation, let's just come up with a shopping list. So probably Orpiment Exultant. Maybe Drums and Dances is the one that I want for Heart. So I'll add a +1 just for... Okay, we're actually a little bit better off on the Heart side of things. So we'd probably be at 19. So Core Plus there. So for Sky, Sky's actually going to be a bit of an interesting one now that I think of it, because Faust only gives me 1 Sky. So then I think we're kind of back in the same story. Right, I can't put this... Well, maybe I can. Actually, we may be coming up short on Sky stuff. Nope, Sights and Sensations. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, we would need Faust ++ in that case. Now, Winter I was a little surprised by. Actually, no, we just need a Wisp plus. And then finally a Grail. That one could honestly be anything. I don't really remember where we're at with Grail. Probably Resurgences and Emergences? No? Oh, that's going to be interesting if I don't have a big grail. It says a little something about my tastes. Fascinating. So apparently I at no point got a top level grail skill. All of these are one short. Interesting. Great Signs and Great Scars would have got me there, but obviously, like, that's going to take a lot of work if I choose. Okay, well, that gives me something to think about. Okay, so with that in mind, the Arab's going to need to pick up the slack. Okay, so this is not something I've done at all in this playthrough, but this is definitely something that you can use, especially when you commit your Elements of the Soul to the Tree of Wisdom sort of ahead of time, or like earlier in the game. You can level up your Elements of the Soul, and it's related to kind of to what your skills are attuned to. So essentially I want to do a lot of upgrades to Trist, I want to do a lot of upgrades to Health, and I want to do a lot of upgrades to Faust. And then the easier ones for me to handle will be upgrades to Core and Whist. But I think I'm going to prioritize the Trist and the Health first. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to read from sort of the bottom up and work these out. So what I'm specifically looking for right now are Trist and Health in my sort of bottom levels of my skills. Okay, so Megaphene Mysteries would be one. And that one is Preservation. Rhyme and Remembrance is Birdsong. Okay. Herbs and Infusions. Sky Stories. It's a Birdsong. So the reason I'm planning this out is there are some limits in terms of how much I can push these things up. Okay, so I think I've got what I need for Trist. Okay. So, the next thing that I need to do, I've got a number of different... Ooh, very good. Okay. So I've got a bunch of different memories which will allow me, essentially they let me do a few different things. So normally what you would do is you would go to something like an altar and you would say, oh, well, you know, the Shrine to St. Januarius can sort of level up Nyctodromy, something related to Nyctodromy. But there's actually skills that allow you to do that as well. So an Ascendant Harmony is related to Birdsong. Wind and Waiting, also Birdsong. Curious Hunch, Nyctodromy. We've got Old Moment would be Preservation. And so what I want to try and do right now is I've got a little bit of a game plan now in terms of how I'm going to handle my health and such. And the next step in sort of my plan here is to actually work out how I'm going to get my my things leveled up. Now, one of the problems is I can never remember where I get the old moment. I know I need a memory for it. Horns and Ivories, I think, help me out with that. Let's find a good scaly... Yeah, so I need to generate a memory. Well, there's an easy answer to that. We just bring in Reverend Timothy. So speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And here we're already making some money, so that's good. But yeah, so the old moment is one. And then... if I'm looking for Birdsong, I think Ascended Harmony also requires a memory, but a Wind in Waiting is just a question of sky. Now I know Furs and Feathers was the one to make that happen, but I think my Furs and Feathers is quite weak. Yeah. So let's see if we can do better with the music. Can't be Sacrillamea. Okay, yeah, we can get one out of these. But I am short on the memory. In fact, even if I have a, like, essentially, if I'm looking to make this happen, I need something bigger in between, which is fine. I can head to the piano and make do. But there are limits in terms of what I can actually do. Well, okay, no, we can manage an Ascendant Harmony. Actually, an Ascendant Harmony probably gives me what I need. Yeah, Ascendant Harmony gives me Birdsong, so that's not a hardship. Okay, let's start with that. I suspect that there's going to be some refinements that I try, but right now I just want to make sure that the leveling up works the way that I think it does. And there's some other things that we can be doing in between anyway, but let's start with what we've got here. I might try to take advantage of the fog at some point, but there's two big priorities for the moment. One of them is going to be working on the leveling up, right? That's more about information more than anything. And then after the leveling up, the other thing that I want to try and do is I want to try and get all of those persistent memories back. And it's not just because they're helpful for leveling up, it's just that they're helpful to have around if Numa comes or something like that. So, anyways, let's have a chat with Reverend Timothy. Let's get him to generate some memories. And we're also waiting on a new arrival, so we were not going to have a whole lot of time to get this done, but I figure we can at least get some... we can at least get a start on whatever the Affair of the Friar's Tapestry is. Unless it's like a two-person event, in which case, hopefully, we can learn a language. Alright, unwrap, unbox, unleash. Now, this one, I wasn't expecting to get this much tea, but that was an unfortunate side effect. Fun. Alright, now, the Choir of Paper. This is really just to restock everything that I was using in Rush House. So, We don't really have any space for the paper in this room. But we can put some on Solomon's desk. Put one up in the observatory. Oh, I don't think I can. So the one thing I wanted to do was sort of replace the... each of the desks I feel should have some paper on it. So this is one of the things that I'm trying to... Or it doesn't have to be the desk, but basically I want paper to be available for each of the desks. And then anything that's left over, I can... I think I also needed to put some paper back. No, we already took care of that. Don't think there's any desks in the dawn period. I could have sworn I had an IOU I was going to work on, but... We do have a bunch of anthropoderm here, but maybe let's put the nice paper in the... Yeah, it looks like I'm actually overstocked on paper at this point. Because if I go room by room, so the one room which is a little tricky is the room with Ava's desk. I could move the mirror scope, I suppose, but the question then is like where. Well, if I put the mirror scope on the table, oh, there you go. Okay, so Ava's desk is taken care of. The pale desk is taken care of. No, it actually probably creates problems. So I don't think this tea should be floating in the middle of the room, and there's no indication whatsoever that it's actually a stack of 7 tea. So I suspect, if anything, I'm probably just potentially either finding or causing bugs. The thing is, there's no benefit to anything in a given room. This is purely me just kind of wanting to leave Hush House in good shape when I finish. And this is one of these things that it's a tough call in terms of like an audience, because the thing is that if you play Book of Hours on your own, you can do whatever you want. You can do what makes you feel happy. And when you play the game on a stream, there will be people who are completely baffled by why you are fussing over completely pointless details. And to me, this is one of the reasons why these games are so good, and why, Weather Factory, rightly deserve all the success that they've been met with. But the house is a character in this game. I care as much about Hush House as I do the Twiceborn. I am invested in learning more about these people and what sort of happened. So, for my own part, like, I do, I even if it's a small gesture like this, right? Like, to make sure that I've got, when I've used up paper somewhere, I kind of want to make sure that there's enough stocked up, and that, now I've kind of got something left over. But there's no benefit to the fact that there's paper in every room. It's just that, as the librarian, I sort of feel that it's a good thing to do, that if somebody's going to stop by one of those desks, maybe they'll want to take advantage of it. So, on the other hand, I'm not going to make this I'm not going to completely remodel Hush House, right? I know I do have a tendency to focus on trivia, but I'm not going to completely lose my mind. Cured says, good evening. Just had an 11-hour cross-country journey, so you won't be sticking around tonight. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. As always, Cured, I'm happy whenever you stop by, even if it's just to say hello. I hope you rest well after your very long journey, and I do look forward to an extended chat with you at some point in the future. I'm trying to remember if I've got the Veiled Goddess anywhere else in the house. There used to be some in the library here. In fact, you know what? We don't need to... We don't need to be too precious about it. Oh, that's the kitchen range. I want the fire. Brew over the fire, bring water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. Okay, so we've sorted things out in the house as best as I can. Oh, I can level, or I will in a minute be able to level up the wolf stories. But again, today's goal right now is to get at least a first approximation in terms of what the level ups are going to be. And we do have a visitor, so MCO Constance Lee, Constable Oculate Minor Constance Lee, don't get in her way. Now, she doesn't have a language that we want, so I don't even have the temptation to leave it, or to, you know, to not help her out. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So MCO Lee is here on the affair of the Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Ostorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed, one that may only be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. Visitors with an interest in moon and nectar mysteries will want to talk about this. We've already had Stanislav stop by. Father Schaller came to Hush House to investigate the possibility that the rite was a Hostorium trap, and mentioned, perhaps only in passing, that he had managed Teresa Galmier's reincorporation. So let us talk with Constable Oculate Minor Constance Lee about the matter. Librarian, I'm here on bureau business. Have you heard about this Gladwin thing? Not on my watch. In the meantime, we've drawn up some more water. Water in the season of Numa is almost the same as water in any other season. So I've already got some Numa water set aside there. There did used to be a pitcher of Numa water in a glass of Numa water in the observatory. Maybe I can replace that with a pitcher. There you go. Idiot adepts rushing up north to try some half-digested Kilisimi rite they've got out of their pack of fungus wizards. Whatever happens, I won't like it, so I'm here to look into countermeasures. So in this case, we need 4 moon to satisfy Connie Lee's curiosity. A pale lady and a prince of wines it is. From darkness, darkness. Wish me luck. Okay, Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries, of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess that my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So there's our earth sign. Now I've got manual labor, as they used to say in my youth. The day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I'll use I can use a Faust in this case. Actually, I've got spare whist, so we'll use that one. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And then something to consider. The Great Hooded... 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The Great Hooded Princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Alright, so I've collected a few elements of the soul. Again, we're most interested in getting wolf stories up to level 2, so we're going to do that right now. So that's going to be the lesson of many facets. And then we can use the earth sign for sure. In fact, hindsight might work in this case as well. So if I can save the earth sign, yep. And then we need either a moon or a scale, and I have more health than I do Triss, so we're going to use the health in this case. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So 30 seconds and we'll have what may be the last of the skills that I'm going to commit. Okay, what else do we have? I think we're getting the Faust back, yeah. So, and that was where that skill had gone that I forgot about. Now, I suppose at this point, one of the things I was originally doing was I was reading through the various texts. So I think I was reading Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, first and second, The Sky and the Scar. The problem I have right now is I'm not 100% sure if it's as interesting if I don't have the ability to sort of see what the consequences are for all of these. So I think I'm going to leave it be for now, and I think I'm going to let my focus be more on the various types of leveling up that I'm going to do. All right, steam and scent both rise. It's ready. All right, so we will put that in the library. And yeah, right now we're just going to let the we'll let the day sort of run its course. Now, if I want to, I can use that Tinspin Trio to bring another Numa. The original plan for doing so many Numa back to back was so that I could try and provoke someone to stop by and give me the language. That may still work, but. Alright, Ascendant Harmony with Keeper level Sky and Ascendant Harmony might conjure a Didymos. So there's a specific thing that I wanted to do with the Ascendant Harmony. So we're going to go back to the instrument. We're going to go back to Bells and Braziers. We're going to bring back another Ascendant Harmony. It's like, well, why would you do that? Because you already have this one, right? And the reason for this is... Alright, we've got wolf stories. Let's... Alright, The Wolf's Beginning, the received version of the Book of Suns, tells us that the wolf divided was born from the Sun and Splendor's division. We know from this that the sun can be reborn only if the wolf joins the sun's other selves. Only if the wolf's hunger is assuaged will it join its other selves, and only the flesh of the other selves can assuage the hunger of the wolf. A second dawn would herald the last day. This is the grim lesson of Skolakosophy. So, I was actually going to put this into Birdsong, and I didn't. So that's one I'm just not going to commit. We have other ones that I'm not committing, so it's not a hardship to not put that one in there. So what we're going to try instead is I'm going to try and level up the Birdsong. And specifically what I want to do is I want to see if I actually have the opportunity to do this more than once. So we're going to take Sky Stories and Rhyme and Remembrance. So again, we've got the signal here, evolve via Birdsong. I can use Birdsong with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Birdsong wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine two identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use a skill you've attuned to that wisdom, and the attunement will only work once. So this is why I wanted to sort of work out some plans. So the way I'm reading that is that the way you evolve it probably isn't going to... I don't think it's going to affect that much in terms of how the level up go. Like I think basically you could use the altar or the ascendant harmony over and over again. But I think it's more the idea that you're going to I think it's more the idea that you when you use a skill, you're going to make it so that that skill can't be leveled up again when you do that. So for instance, with Sky Stories, I think we will see a change to Sky Stories when I do this. Although now I'm trying to think how I can make this happen. So let's take Rose Desk. This is the Tryst. Ah. Evolve via Nyctodrome. I could use Nyctodrome with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Nyctodrome wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one, but you must use a skill. Okay, so this is where I'm starting to get a little weirded out. So use Birdsong with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Birdsong wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one. So you know what? Probably the reading desk is the most likely to work here. So if I take the Tryst, but then it's not going to let me put a second Tryst in. Oh, but that's... So we want Sky Stories. But again, the question of how I add a second... Okay, so it seemed to me like this is a question of altars. And that doesn't do the trick either. Mind you, that one's already an evolve station. So now I need to think about the places where see, this is the problem with me never doing this stuff, is that I'm now in a situation where I need to combine the elements of the soul to level something up. I guess I can try and do that in a bed, but I'm currently using my bed, so that's not an option. Yeah, pretty much all of the other workstations have some variation of a of something to like level up. Actually, I wonder if the... Yeah, even these do. Well, I mean, maybe at this point that tells me something, right? That I don't need to... Maybe I don't need to work so hard to get these memories. Okay, so let's try this again. I could use Birdsong with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Birdsong wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one, which I've done here. Oh, but we haven't taken these Sky Stories. Follow my Tryst. There we go. Birdsong. What we were, what we will be. Ooh, that's 3 minutes. Okay. Good to know. So here's a question, because I've got my Hallowed Drum here. We're actually going to try this the other way around. So I want to do the same story with Heart. So I'm curious to see whether or not the drum is going to get knocked out by me doing this. So if we take Magaphine Mysteries, and then we can take our health, train my health, preservation, the earth endures, and so do I. So there's other things that I can do, but at this point I want to take the 3 minutes and see whether or not I'm making any... So there's permanent decisions that I'm making, but I do want to see whether or not I'm eliminating the possibility of using the drum moving forward, because there will be implications for that in terms of how I spend the rest of the time. Okay. MCO Lee researched countermeasures at Hush House, hoping to limit any damage caused by the rite. So we'll continue talking with Reverend Timothy. And again, it's not like we need the money, but I figure it's not a bad way to spend the time. So maybe at the end of the day, I do sort of this big push to get lots of extra memories. In fact, I can make the Didymos with the Ascendant Harmony, knowing that this is going to take 3 minutes now. And then I can just try to make another Ascendant Harmony. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Time, peace, recovery. Okay, with Keeper Level Sky and Ascendant Harmony, might conjure a Didymos. So, let's say we go back to Bells and Braziers. Another Ascendant Harmony. Let's try and make that Didymos. Can't remember if Sacrolamea lets me do that. Yep. And I'm one short, so... And in fact, not only am I one short, but I don't have an easy alternative, but Sights and Sensations probably saves me. Yep. Okay. I may want to put some thought into where the next one comes from. So for instance, I also believe I can take my health. Now I'm getting a little short on health, so I want to be careful about that. But I believe if I take that with Horns and Ivories, I can combine that with the Revelation, and I can use that to get the Old Moment. Although the Old Moment is one of those things that's going to take me a long time to make. But yeah, today this is really more about experimentation and just seeing what the path looks like for me to be able to level this stuff up. In about a minute, we're gonna make some firmer decisions in terms of where the rest of the playthrough is gonna go. Because if it's this easy to level up things at workstations, then there isn't that much of a point for me to pursue the persistent memories, other than it's just nice to have the persistent memories. Okay, more hindsight. And we now have 3 gold Spintria. So I suppose if I really want, there's no question in terms of being able to do lots of Numa. So I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I don't really have that much more to do. In fact, if I get too committed to things, I may wind up using up my elements of the soul overnight. But how you doing, Nearly Logical? I definitely made some mistakes with my commitments to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I'm sticking with the choices I made just because I don't like the implications of some of the others. Yeah, I mean more that if I keep it overnight, like I'm not going to have that element of the soul back. Okay, so as expected, we've got the Sky Stories here. We've leveled up the Tryst by 1. I've got another Ascendant Harmony, so this isn't affected in terms of the Bird Song. And we've got Preservation, the Earth Endures, and so do I. So the big question here is, yes, okay, so in terms of evolving the Preservation, we can, like with the Hallowed Drum, that's fine. We've got absolutely nothing to worry about there. It's also worth remembering that I don't, my elements of the soul weren't exhausted when they came out the other end, so I can also work on that overnight. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I had bad timing in terms of the stuff I was talking about. That sounds like a tough day then. Hopefully it's a weekend for you. So, and if it is, congratulations. If not, endure. I believe in you. But either way, I'm happy that you are here. Okay, good. At least hopefully you'll be able to take something of a break. All right. So I think we already worked with Megaphene Mysteries. Yep, so Megaphene Mysteries, attunement fulfilled. The skill has already been used to evolve an element of the soul. So what we're going to do now is take Herbs and Infusions. We'll use that to level up the health. And we're going to do the same for pretty much everything else. So if I can find something to level something up through Birdsong... Oh, well, this... Actually, yeah. I suppose I probably didn't need to worry too much about that Tryst then. Or the Ascendant Harmony, that is. That's life. So, Rhyme and Remembrance, I think, was the next one. Yeah. With Keeper level scale, an old moment can lead to an earthquake name. Now, as tempting as that is, I think I'm just gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep with the old moment. I suppose I also need to make a decision in terms of what I'm gonna try and do with the fog. We can try and get a Wormwood Dream. It's gonna get a little weird, but we can still do this in time. Actually, we may not. So I'm going to try and push a couple of things to my advantage there. So we'll take the fog. So what I can do here is I can add the lunar globe. So that brings me up to 9. I still need to add the Tryst, but now I can add one of my vanilla Trysts. Okay, so all your networking stuff is working mostly, at least. Well, that's an improvement. I spent the better part of the time between the end of my work day and stream debugging a bunch of stuff. So like I did reasonably well in like the first year computer science course. I TA'd computer science. I liked writing my tests in advance, and I got graded on writing my tests in advance. And I remember telling students, you really want to write your tests, they'll save you a lot of trouble. I do programming on my own. I don't ever write tests. I'm like, yeah, but you'll be a better programmer if you write those tests. And of course, what am I doing? I'm not writing tests. What did I spend all the time fixing? All the stuff that would have been detected with tests. And it's on a database that I'm actually starting to use for work, like not like work, but like for something that I'm actually doing a research project on. So I'm like, yep, I only have myself to blame with all of the, the work I'm doing right now. Most of it's sort of fixed though. The thing is that like the first year comp sci course, we were using a, it's not even really Scheme, it's kind of like a simplified version of it. Well, it was Racket that we were using, but we weren't using, so it's not even Scheme, it's Racket that we were using, but it's a simplified version of that for teaching purposes, and then they started sort of unlocking more and more features over time. So it was very, very easy to write tests as just sort of part of the program. And, you know, it's not like writing tests is the hardest thing to do, but it doesn't naturally flow to the way I've been working, particularly in notebooks. So it's just a question of sort of getting those good habits again, right? It's sort of, you know, I actually find it very hard not to brush my teeth at like the usual time I brush my teeth, because I've basically done it that way my whole life. If I have not brushed my teeth, it feels weird and I don't like it. And, you know, like there's any other little habits like that you can think of like that. But I think the point has been established. And like writing tests used to be like that for me at the very start. And the more I did stuff on my own where it wasn't the sort of setup that I was familiar with in terms of just, you know, ease of writing those kinds of tests, the sloppier I got. So it's just a question of kind of getting back to those good habits. Okay. So I don't have that much more time left in the day, but I do have some pretty clear ideas in terms of what I'm giving up and what I'm not giving up to do certain things. So there's really no reason for me not to basically try and make every element of the soul as high as it can be. So the Trist and the Health are being worked on right now. Let's actually make Core and Faust. Sorry, Core and Whist, my apologies. Core and Whist are going to be the next two priorities because those are... So a little easier to deal with. Oh, I think I see what the problem is now. Okay, so first of all, assuming that I can find something that works with birdsong. Yeah, okay. So if I add leaves and thorns... Okay, that works. But I would need to somehow... No. Okay, that does track. Cool. So, Ithistry. I wonder if the Forge will help me with that. Actually, I think there was an Ithistry altar. It was one of these. There we go, the Madrigal. I probably should have guessed that. Okay, I'm going to want to move the Faust up as well. I'm actually going to want to try and find two of those. So, Meniscate Reflections. Nope, I don't like that. I'm trying to find all the illumination slots. Can't imagine. Oh, there you have it. All right. Probably won't take the elements of the soul here. Yeah. Illumination that doesn't take. Okay. This is quite a bit more difficult than I was originally thinking of. But not impossible. I don't think any of these other altars are going to give me the illumination that I... Well, hang on. So Meniscate doesn't work. Right, because it's the Edge and Forge. Fair enough. This should work, though, because it has Lantern. And in fact, I can try and find my next Faust one. Anberine Lapidary. That's no good. That's Horamachistry. I think this is Ithistry? Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to do that one more time for Arab. And eventually I might just try to do this for everything, but right now I've got a specific set of things that I'm trying to accomplish, and then we're going to branch out from there. So I believe it was below the... Yeah. Just want to find a second one of those. Kind of hard to believe most of this stuff is... Bosky, but you never know. Okay. Ample Bright Euphonies don't work. Definitely starting to run out of options here. I imagine if any of these were going to be Bosk, it would be the double bass, which is currently in use. Some more Ithistry if I need it. Yeah, hard to see there being a lot of Bosk in the Cucurbit. He says as he finds Bosk in the Cucurbit. Unfortunately, Applebright's not going to help me here. So I think probably the smarter thing for me to do at this point is just move on to something a little more realistic. Nope, not the one I was looking for. There may be one, but obviously it's taking a bit of effort. So let's go from the Applebright Euphonies to whatever the next Arab one is. Apparently I don't have a lot of them. That or I skipped over a lot of them. Right to the roots. Okay, you know what? I'm thinking I probably skipped over an Arab. So we've got Core, we've got Shapt, we've got Fet, Core, Shapt, Whist, Core, Whist. So why didn't I do Arab here? Right, so that's Horamachistry. This is Bosk. This is Bosk. This also has Nectar, so... because it doesn't take the Arab. Okay, fair enough. This one's obviously already in use. Well, this is Bossk. Unfortunately, it doesn't take the elements that I need. And preservation and Nyctodromy. This would almost certainly be Skolakosophy. Yeah. This is probably Hushery. Yeah. And maybe Hushery as well? Yeah, okay. These are all just regular gardening, so I wouldn't expect anything from those. Skolakosophy here. I actually don't know, but it would be hard to believe it's Bossk. It's nothing. Fair enough. Tower top is Hushery. More Hushery. Already in use. Horamachistry. There's a lot of Horamachistry. In this area. Okay. Yeah, I think probably I should just pack it in for the Bossk search, and save it for another day. And also, I'll be honest with you, I'm also losing track in terms of where I was with certain objectives, so I don't think it'll hurt for me to just take a beat and see where the goals currently are. I think in the end I would like to sort of try and max out all of the different sort of elements of the soul that I have, but I do need to be kind of careful in terms of what I have the resources for. Like, I don't have an unlimited number of opportunities to level up. Okay. So I'm not worried about something like this one going overnight, for the simple reason that leveling up does not seem to fatigue the element of the soul. I am worried, however, at the fact that apparently this Wormwood Dream took longer than I was expecting. And we got another foggy day. There you go. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So let us hope it's equally possible to forget this again. If I need, I can spend 3 pence to get the element of the soul back. I think, though, I'm gonna wait the 127 to get all this stuff back, and then we'll have a chat with Reverend Timothy while we wait. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So sorry, it sort of seems like I'm not exactly rushing through the days. I'm not engaging as deeply with some of the things, but this is just because right now there's a couple of dependencies I'm waiting on, and I would like to try and make some progress towards that before I really sort of dig into the real meat of the session today. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So we'll need to do at least one more level up for most of the skills that I'm looking at here. But again, I have a little checklist that I want to go through, and then we'll be in good shape. That is a long timer. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I have earned my pay. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, so bunch of things paying off today. So use illumination to focus my inner radiance. So this gives us our plus Faust. Preservation, the earth endures, and so do I. Follow my tryst, birdsong, what we were, what we will be. Intensify my core, birdsong, we listen, we learn, we change. Ithistry will ensure my whist endures. Ithistry will spark my inner radiance. Okay, so remembering that our primary goals were a tryst ++ and a health ++, that's going to be the first goal that I have. So the health ++ is a pretty straightforward one. We can use the drums, but I think I had another preservation around here. That was the shrine to the Malachite, I believe. Or the altar, rather. But as always, this is going to be determined by my my skills. So we should have used Magaphine, Mysteries, Herbs and Infusions, and the last one is Hill and Hollow. So let's just double check that. So Fat, nothing, used, Core, Shopped, nothing, or used rather, Fat, Faust, Core, used, Shopped, Whist, Core, Whist, Arab, unused, metal, used, metal, Whist, Fet, Faust, Arab, Tryst, Core, Hill and Hollow's health. Okay, so this one's looking for Moon and Scale. I can take Scale. This won't. So, well, it sort of will, but it won't take it in the way that I need. So, though neither will the Hallowed Drum. So that's going to be an interesting problem to deal with. Where would I find something that'll take Preservation? Probably the Barber's Chair, right? No, because it doesn't take Moon. Well, that's interesting. Embrace my Arab. The wood is filled with shadows. So this is definitely going to be one I need to take a bit of a think on, because the old moment gives me preservation. If I have to use it, it is the reason I got it, but I do actually want to take the time to work this out. So I'm going to go from the bottom of the house to the top, just so I can get a better read on this, because clearly I don't have a good understanding. So Horamachistry for the for the altar to Saint Tentretto. Deep Light Corals has Bosk. The Altar of the Knot is Bosk. Altar of the Malachite is Preservation. So why can't I use that? Because Hill and Hollow doesn't allow it. Asite Altar is Nyctodromi. Calcite Altar is Bosk. Catacombs Altar is Hushery, as is the Calembic Sarcophagus. The Rowanarium is Scolacosophy. That should cover us for everything down below here. So I did leave a couple of things. There's like the Hermit's Workbench. There's the boathouse. But I don't really see any of those. Like unless they're a workstation, I don't think there's much for me to do here. So for instance, like Brian Earl's Field, well, sure. I mean, it's only got 2 entries. There's not a whole lot that's going to happen here. Likewise, the gardens and such, I'm not expecting miracles from. Nothing in the foundry. I would have been surprised if the kitchen range did it, but you never know. Okay, so sort of at the base level, we do have the Practic Garden dummy I keep neglecting. That's Illumination. Horamachistry. The projector doesn't give us anything. Preservation, but again, that won't take Hill and Hollow. The Tan's desk shouldn't give us anything. The Cropsy table doesn't give me anything. I suspect the desks uniformly don't give me anything. Okay, preservation. Sunset is Birdsong, as is the Quivering Double Bass. That's good to know. Okay, so Nyctodromy, Ithistry, Hushery, Horomachistry, Illumination. The Watchman one shouldn't be hard to see. I believe this harp has changed in recent patches, but for my session it's the same. Great Clock is Horomachistry, bells are Ithistry. I should still be checking the Spire Prospect, but that's Hushery. This was Illumination? No, Nyctodromy, sorry. Okay, moving on. Skolokosophy for the Nocturnary. Nothing for the cage, and I don't think anything for the workbench. This was Hushery again. Yeah, all the prospects are Hushery. Ithistry for the exercise yard. Nothing for the kitchen range. Ithistry for the oubliette. Bosk for the chrysalids. Oh, that does it. Now that's interesting. So these are the same soul card. And yet for so it says preservation, healing and restoration, and unglamorous wisdom, at least to those who never wonder how the world still exists. Attuned health. This skill is attuned to my health. When you committed the skill to the tree, you gained health. Find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect, and you can use this skill once only to combine 2 health cards into a stronger card. Now, I was under the impression that you could sort of double this stuff up, but that does not appear to be the case, at least at this shrine. That doesn't mean... Oh, of course, because this is Bosk, not preservation. Okay, yeah, so I'm looking for preservation with scale, and so far as I can tell, this does not exist. So we go to our next best. I think that's going to be with music. Now, what I want to try and do here is find some way of working with music that doesn't... well, actually, there's another option that I have. So something that'll take the... Ooh, yeah, this is actually going to get a little tricky. Well, let's see what happens if I go to the Shrine of Saint Tentretto. So we throw an old moment in here, and I take the 2 health here. So this isn't preservation. But if I add Hill and Hollow, train my health further. Preservation, the earth endures, and so do I. Okay, so that probably took longer than it needed to, but we got it. So that should square me for the health that I needed. Next thing we're going to do is to do that with Trist. So I believe it was Sand Stories that we were going to do that for. So because we spent that time working before, I should hopefully have an easier time. So we've got Sand Stories, which would require Birdsong. So I know one of the things that will work with Birdsong would be the harp. Now the question here, so that's, this is a little bit easier because it has Moon. So with that in mind, we will take the 2, and it's important to remember we want the 2 Trists with a plus on it. So Birdsong, follow my Trist further. Birdsong, what we were, what we will be. Okay. Now, I should already have a core plus. I do. I'm looking for a FOSS, like I'm looking to double up this FOSS, so that's going to be on the list. I've already got a WIST plus, and then I'm also looking for an Ooh, my Arab is actually quite far behind. Now, the Quivering Double Bass was potentially an option here. Nope, that's Bossk. Okay, we're going to go on another hunt. So first of all, I want to find something attuned to Arab. And again, my suspicion here is it's going to be the Applebright Euphonies, but I don't want to just wind up stumbling into, I don't want to wind up stumbling into a, okay, here we go. So Orchids and Narcotics, that's an easy one. This is why I take the time to check this stuff out. So this is Bossk. Okay, right, because this is Birdsong, not Bossk. In fact, that's going to be the story throughout. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, now Applebright Euphonies fixes this, though, because it does take Sky. So we're going to run with this for now. How I make this work with Orchids and Narcotics is a separate question, but that's one that I can handle later. I suspect that would be... that's Preservation. Yeah, Orchids and Narcotics here is sufficient. Of course, we can't do that now because we've already doubled up the Arab. But I am in a position now where I can start to test some of the Newman. So the time has come for me to open up the desk. Now, I think it is very likely that I have probably missed out on a few of the... I think I've probably missed out on a couple of the big ones that I want to research. So I will adjust my elements of the soul accordingly as we go through. But the biggest thing I want to start doing is actually read the various texts, see what's going on in them. And then we can make some decisions as to whether I want to go further as as the opportunities come up. So here we've got Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this as masterwork. And we'll give it a minute. But essentially what we're going to be doing on these, even though this is one that doesn't give me something for the Twiceborn, it does give me a... it does give me an idea, or it does give me some, it gives me challenges. It is the scale one, in fact, that I don't know yet. And that's the reason why I want to cycle through these different books, because not only do they wind up giving me the nice, powerful memory, but they tell me a little bit more about the world, and we can make a decision in terms of what we're committing to paper. Thank you for the stolen secret. Humming this for a while, and so will anyone else who happens by. Alright, so I obviously wasn't paying attention. Again, because this is Birdsong, not Bossk. That's fine. Again, we've got the Calcite Altar. Which was the one I was originally looking for anyway. So we take Orchids and Narcotics, we double that up with the Arab, and again, just so I can double check, that is an Arab ++ we are looking for. Yes, we've got that. I was wondering why that timer was going so much faster. Okay, techniques for the perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Okay, so I'm actually going to take I'm just like jotting down a few other notes for myself here. So in this case, it's maybe worth it for me to remember that the prodigal and the archaeologist like inescapable confinement. Okay. So, what I'm looking for here, so with Knock we had the gods from Stone will be revenged, and with Winter we had there will be no second dawn, so I don't like either of those options, and something tells me that the scale is not going to be any more friendly to me anyway, but this is my opportunity to see whether or not my whole plan for the scale stuff worked. And again, one of the things that's nice about this is that the Great Counterfeit had Moon and Nectar, right? So it may not be a big deal for inescapable confinement. In fact, I don't actually have, I don't have what I was looking for. So this one I might actually have to sit on for a bit. But yeah, so when it comes to the Great Counterfeit, that had Moon and Nectar, and then Loopholes had Moon as well. So I know at least two are going to be on the path of things that I'm already upgrading. And again, I'm going to go through all of the books because it's easy for me to sort of forget certain details. It's nice just to have an idea of where everything needs to be. But these are the ones that are sort of my priority right now. I suppose I should try and find something to do with the fog, but I'll probably just let it expire. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. It's kind of like my blog. Although I was delighted, actually, this is one thing that was kind of nice. At the meetup, someone mentioned that so they asked me about the most recent article that I put out and about whether or not, like, what kind of reaction I got to it. So that felt very nice. I was very happy that someone took the time to, like, without me asking them, is actually following the stuff that I'm doing. So, like I said, I really, there's a reason why I keep going to the local meetup. I know I sort of talked a little bit about time management for the last time around, but that isn't definitely not intended to be a general statement in terms of the quality of the meetup. It's one that I'm actually very fond of. Now, once the elements of the soul are leveled up, I am probably going to take a small break. One, because I'd really like to refill my tea. But number two, because the Newman are something I wrote in pen, and I don't have my pen with me. I do need to get it, so it just happens to be it's a good time for that kind of a break, so... All right, Birdsong, what we were, what we will be. So I've got Trist plus plus, or plus plus Trist. Preservation, the earth endures and so do I. So there is my extra health. So this is the time where, because I'm not committing this to the journal, I don't actually expect there to be anything groundbreaking. I think I'm just going to wind up taking a note here. But if I do double plus health, and if I go for drums and dances in this case... Oh, that's right. Well, it doesn't matter drums and dances because I'm looking for scale anyway, so this would be horns and ivories. Then we combine that with inescapable confinement. And then we will add the journal and finally the Nillicant. In Castum Terminale of the Third History, it's the bleak white blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Interesting. Oh, that's right. Okay. I was so focused on nectar, I was not paying attention to the fact that I'm actually down one scale. So it may be that I can't handle the scale ones. I don't care strongly enough about this particular scale one for me to wait to review. Like, it's very likely I'm going to be able to boost up my health to be able to do this. But notice, like, it takes 2 health to get it to a +1. So that's 4 of the health spoken for. And then I combine those 2 to get the ++. And then I'm going to need another element of the soul. So I would need 2, 3, 4 more preservation, which I suspect we'll have, but... One, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. So yeah, again, I'm not opposed to doing it, but maybe we don't hold up the whole run for this. I think I'm going to take my break though. So for those of you who have been here since the start, now may be a good time to get up and have a stretch for yourself, or otherwise take care of things. I'm not going to make it a particularly long one, but I'm going to need to wait for the kettle to boil, and I suspect I'm going to be refilling it, so that always takes a little bit longer than the others. I know it's been a bit of a quiet day anyway. But yeah, get a snack, get a stretch. If you've been waiting for the advertising, well, now your time has come. Feel free to sit down and watch those. But I will be gone, hopefully just for a couple of minutes, to do all of those things myself. We'll see you when I get back.
agree, for lack of a better word, is good.
All right, so apparently my break sign wasn't on, so I apologize for those of you who decided to stop by and wondered why there was nothing going on. I enjoyed some almonds, but now I feel a few of them still around in my mouth, so hopefully that won't affect the broadcast. The tea is still steeping, so... God, I really need to get another wire for these headphones. It's getting really hard to keep them stable without cutting out. Yeah. So, anyways, I hope you had a good break, or at the very least that the ads were interesting. If not, I don't know, subscribe or something. All right. So I think I can get away with reading another text. So I will want to follow up with the inescapable confinement at some point. But the scale is the only one I haven't worked on yet. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot more for me to do on that one. And again, I do have options in terms of leveling up everything. I think it would actually make a whole lot of sense to level things up as high as I can. But let's take it one step at a time. I don't need to fully commit until I have all the information that I need. And I definitely have uses for the health, moving forward. So, we'll go to Natan's desk and read the second edition, or The Refinements of Light. Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a second edition of his masterwork. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I could use Kilisimi as well to level up. I keep neglecting the... I keep neglecting the languages for these. There's not a whole lot for me to do with the memories. I suppose while we're looking... well, I mean, anything I do now is going to be lost overnight, so... Oh, for heaven's sake. You know what? I'm sorry. I wanted to get my pen... And that was the one thing I didn't get on my break. So I'm going to be back. I'm going to put the sign up just in case somebody stepped away and has come back. This will take just a few seconds, but just on the odd chance somebody's wondering why the break is as long as it is, I figured I'll give them a shot. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I will be back in just a sec. Now I truly am prepared. And again, this isn't going to be relevant until I actually write down the results of one of these memories, but saves me the trouble. But have you set up Humble? I have not. That's less of a big deal. But I do need to. I probably just need to use a different bit of ID for them. I mean, I've set it up in the sense that like the link works, but I definitely don't get paid from it yet. But that's not all that different. Like, so I don't regularly get paid from Twitch either, but that's by choice. Like, essentially to minimize the... Actually, I don't even know if it's still the case here, but like it used to be the case that because I basically would get a check mailed out to me, there was like a processing fee each time that happened. So like with the subscriptions that I had at the time, and probably even now, like as a percentage of my income from streaming, like that would be a meaningful amount that would be going into processing those checks. And so just doing a big batch when either I need it or the exchange rate's good or, any other possible reason, that does kind of work for me. Especially because, if like back when I was starting out, it was nice when people were going and sending things directly to PayPal because, of course, there's always going to be a fee associated with it, but that's kind of money I can directly access right away, and it's not, it's not the 50% that Twitch takes. But the simple fact is in grad school, for crying out loud, and I'm living in Vancouver, which is a really expensive city, so, the stream of income is kind of nice in that situation. Now, I have a real job. I have been pretty strict in terms of where the money is going, so my day-to-day right now doesn't actually have a whole lot of sort of disposable income. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing is sort of tied up in basically, the good news is a lot of it is just savings. So I'm trying to restore what I put into school from my own savings. But the fact of the matter is it's money I don't want to touch. But the nice thing of that is because I don't need to rely on the Twitch money. Excuse me. Except for medicine. No, because I don't need to rely on the Twitch money or the Humble money or something like that. It's just nice to have that when it comes up, if there's an emergency or if there's sort of like, hey, it would be kind of nice to get a better microphone or something like that. Although I think the mic is kind of fine. There does seem to have been a change in my vocal quality between a few episodes. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. But beyond that, I think most people tend to be fine with how the stream sounds. But, if there were to be a situation where I needed to replace or otherwise sort that stuff out, it's just sort of nice to have this kind of pot of money that's just sort of sitting there. I haven't really thought about. And then, of course, over time, it's sort of accumulated. So I'm like, oh, hey, that's nice. So there you go. Probably longer answer than it needed to be. But Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Cosley has always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom, but Husher's and Lagasse's work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, a means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He's not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Cosley was always scrupulous about his conclusions. All right, Newman, a final understanding. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection. Not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending, and only in certain histories is that paradox possible. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the magnate can use this to win a particular victory. So I suspect there's also going to be something about Rose that I want to investigate here, but Rose is not going to be that hard to level up. So let me just take a second here. A final understanding. And I don't believe I've written this down in my paper notebook anywhere. No. So I gotta start a new line, but that's fine. I can make all of this make sense after the fact. Okay, so Rose, Sky, Winter. So Winter, again, the expectation is there will be no second dawn. I believe Sky has eluded us. And the fact that I haven't written down something for Rose suggests to me I think definitely I'm going to want to level up the Fett stuff. The wood is filled with shadows. Okay, so there's definitely going to be some steps that I want to take before we let the night pass by, but let's take this one step at a time. First of all, I expect that we're not going to be able to do anything with the rose, but I want to verify that. Oh, that's right. I seem to remember what the problem with Rose was. I don't have any high-level skills with it. Oh, that's not true. Preliminal meter. Still, it's going to be a bigger journey than the others. Oh no, we're only one short. Okay. So that's an easy one for us to deal with, right? In fact, this will probably be the first one where I double-check the languages. So, Trist, Sabazine. So that we need Horamakastri. Okay. Yeah, the Fett will work in that case. Expand my Fett. Horamakastri will widen my aspirations. So that should hopefully give us access to another one of the endings. Now, Sky we should have access to because I spent all of that effort to get there. So we'll use our FOSS +1. Wait a minute. It was FOSS++, right? Darn it. Alright, no worries, because we've still got Erikapean. We can use that to level things up. We could do that at the altar for the solar altar. Which does make me wonder, so if the solar altar, we've got Sky, Winter, and Lantern. The Sun and Splendor is the hour which was sundered, the hour which is not conquered, the hour from which proceed all other hours of the day, or so the church teaches. And if it's Hushery... Oh, no, sorry, it's Hushery, not Illumination, so that's the problem there. I do wonder if this is more... if this means that sort of the Sun and Rags is for... I mean, so kind of we've got the solar hours here, at least Watchman, Meniscate, Sun and Rags, and Madrigad, but I wonder if the Sun and Rags is somehow like the closest, quote-unquote, to the Sun and Splendor. I'm curious. I wonder if there's something that I could find to support that, or otherwise come to a resolution on. Anyways, that's going to take me 3 minutes. Also, I want to get an Arab ++, so let's see. I don't know if I have a language to get me Arab. Hyksos, in a Skolakosophy section, no less. So there's no shortage of options for Skolakosophy. I don't think the Rowanarium allows Grail, but it might allow Ed. No, actually, well, let's take a look here. It does allow Grail, fair enough. But you know what? Condignator's feeling lonely. Embrace my Arab further. Skolakosophy will unchain my Arab. Okay, back to the final understanding. So we're waiting on the sky, so the question now is winter. Well, winter we kind of already know, but let's verify. So Wisp +1 should be more than enough. There will be no second dawn. Husher foresaw the long road to silence and the lights along the way. This history is my last and greatest work, and in it there will be no second dawn. When the librarian records a history, even the hours take note. Making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. Okay, so we are letting this all process. Although I am trying to think what the argument would be for me not leveling up some of this health stuff, so... Okay... Crack track. Doesn't work. Ah! Right, need to find something with nectar and preservation. Oh, but that's core. That's not Bosk. Okay, this is more like it. Wait, but this is Horror Macastry. This is Bosk. Train my health. The wood is filled with life. Okay. Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, sent Signed Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the 5 Letters on Memory, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on matters memorial, and the Mnemotic, addressed to his then friend Claude Herschel, the mystic and antiquarian. Index Gnome, how you doing tonight? Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think at this point, I'm going to feel a little more okay trying to level up some of these things. So I don't think I'm going to be able to make my Trist go any high. So, like, there's a temptation here, right, to make the Ramsund bring the Trist up higher, but, like, where else is it going to go? So I'm not going to bother there. Deep Man Diet can bring my Faust up. Now, it seems to me like I've got more Faust than I know what to do with, so that I'm a little more comfortable messing around with. However, yeah, that'll still work. Mythistry will spark my inner radiance. Let's see if we can push this even further. Now, if your scene hasn't been committed, what on earth is going on here? So that's an obvious hushery one. In fact, it doesn't take that much effort either, but I'll obviously worry about that later. In fact, I may just make it so that Fusine is something that I break up in a future Numa. Okay. So yeah, Crack Track requires preservation, but this was Bosk. Yeah, that doesn't work. Man, preservation is not an easy one to improve. All right, intensify my core, preservation. A heart still beats beneath the world's skin. So what I'm specifically looking for here are things that I can, like, I want to basically see some kind of return for the effort that I'm putting in here. Now, I don't recall, I think I'm already working on my FET somewhere. I'm slightly annoyed that I don't remember this, but... Bit knackered after a long day. I think you, this is kind of consistent among my viewership tonight. So hopefully, I know this isn't your favorite, but hopefully I can at least be a bit of a chance to relax. Oh, what is the new game you're trying? Yes. Okay. So we're already improving the FET. Now, I suppose I don't mind doing another FET improvement with the VAC because we're just going to be able to turn that into we should be able to turn that into damn it. I'm trying to remember if there's another Nyctodromi altar for me to work with, and I don't think there is. Don't see how the FET works with this. Yeah, I think I'm out of luck. That's fine. I'm just trying to think, is there... Well, let's keep going on. So Pearl and Tide... Again, the problem here is not so much fitting the VAC in, it's the it's fitting the FET in. So let's just give up on that. Pearl and Tide, same story. Birdsong for... Wait, but Wolf Stories we didn't commit. Serpents and Venoms, so that's a Skolakosophy one for Shapt, so I'm going to need to find some way of combining that too. But we do have lots of Skolakosophy to work with, so that's not as big of a deal. Pal World, I've not heard of that. Oh, that seems to be a big one. Okay, so do either of you want to bring... so I've clearly missed out. What is this Pal World you speak of? I don't think I'm going to be able to make the Noctonary work, but yeah, so we don't have Nock or Forge, although we do have the Skolakosophy. Probably the Condignator, but I'll leave that aside. Ronoscopy, Fat. There's definitely Horamachistry stuff for me to work with. No, that doesn't work. Oh, but that almost certainly would work with a telescope. Horamachistry will widen my aspirations. Okay, so that's 2 sets of FET that are being leveled up. I can live with that. Edict's Marshal, I'm okay leveling up the... I'm definitely okay leveling up the Faust with Edict's Marshal, but I'm not 100% sure... Oh no, this will work. It's the metal that's really the one I want to start raising some questions about. Coil and Chasm with Nyctodromi. Good God. How on earth am I going to try and put together Shapt, Nyctodromy. So I somehow need to get Knock or Forge, Nectar or Scale in something that will take Nyctodromy. That is going to be character building, I think. I'd not heard of it until like 3 days ago. It's an Arc Pokemon hybrid is a good way to... Interesting. Okay. That is... I'm going to have to check this strange thing out. Oh God, what am I trying to do? Forge seems to be a sensible thing for me to go for, right? There's technically no evidence one way or the other, but Inks of Power should work, but again, what's the Horamachistry? That I attach it to. Jesus. Okay, we'll leave that aside. Transformations and liberations. Now I know Moth and Forge don't exactly get along. So Moth and Lantern don't exactly get along. So it's got to be Illumination with a Forge, and we've already used Hopeful, but no, I don't see how that works. Okay. More Faust if I want it, but I'm actually trying to go for something on metal this time. Good lord. It's all Illumination. You know what? I think I'm just going to leave those be. I could also just be trying to make all of those other, all the other persistent memories, but they're not as big of a deal for me anymore. So I suppose I should bring Reverend Timothy back. Reverend Timothy's door is always open for me. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So the fact that it takes 2 or 3 minutes to do these upgrades is a little bit of a problem. But again, we're trying to get ourselves into a position where we don't need to worry so much about the wait. Fair. I think Cultist Simulator, again, did better than people were expecting, but I think it was probably within the first week or so, it essentially made its money back, and the rest was just sort of a surplus. It is a bit of a funny one because the terms under which that game was sold were they were about stability. So there were certain conditions for Humble, who originally published it. Basically things that were advantageous to them, and it was, it's one of these things where it's a weird experimental game, Weather Factory's just getting the company up and running, and this idea of having to sort of pay out this large portion, so I think one of the big things was about the money being or the advance or whatever money that Humble was giving was being non-recoupable. So essentially, if this thing sold nothing, Weather Factory would still have the money to make it. And then, again, the idea behind this is that you don't want it so that maybe your game's only going to sell 1,000 copies, and so that means that every dollar goes to the the publisher at the start. But Humble also obviously does bundles, and so I think they'd said that one of the parts of the deal was that when they want to put it in a bundle, like that's theirs to put in a bundle, that there isn't necessarily money that comes from that. And of course, one way a lot of people found out about this game was through the release of the bundle. And so I'm assuming there has to be something kind of painful about seeing that many Steam keys being generated and knowing that you're almost certainly not seeing any money from that. I mean, maybe the DLC or something like that, but I'm sure you all noticed that the DLC for Cultist Simulator was very inexpensive, so... But yeah, 400,000 people, I'm assuming they made a little bit of money on that game. So I'm kind of curious to see what this book... I'm really more interested in what the contents of the book are rather than the memory, but the memory will be helpful too. We don't need to do anything with the health to level up, or to work with the final understanding, so I will try and move towards getting that health improved, but no promises in terms of where it all goes. Okay, Horamakastri will widen my aspirations, so there's at least one thing I can look at now. Use illumination to focus my inner radiance. And Skolakosophy will unchain my Arab. Alright, so I've definitely got a few things to work with, but let's start by working with the final understanding, because I should at least be able to see what Rose gives now. So again, eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending, and only then, and only in certain histories is that paradox possible. So now we add the plus fet, and we bring in the preliminal meter, and the porphyryne, which I have more than enough of. To Ys Beyond the Wave, this history is my last and greatest work. Ys Beyond the Wave will be the city of conclusions, where all the threads resolve. That's a good way of putting it, actually. I mean, and again, this is the promise of so much of... Sorry, just 1 second here. I mean, this is the promise of so much of the tech. Like, you know, there are terrible games out there that are terrible and not interesting. So, you know, I can think of examples, but, you know, are we really benefiting by, you know, ripping on a game? Not really. But, you know, it's, and we've seen this with film, we've seen this with a lot of different things, right? But, you know, in terms of even independent film, you would almost imagine when you think of like independent film, you're thinking of like the Sundance stuff that happened, you know, sort of around the 90s and the turn of the century. But that's not even really the most interesting sort of part of independent film, because one of the things about that I thought was really interesting was there were all these advances in terms of like video technology. So there was see there's a few sort of major moments in terms of the video tech. So there's first of all just digital video writ large, right? So it's no longer Super 8 films being made, or, you know, just like the ability to make and edit something. Like even the idea of like just taking some kind of videotape and editing it, you know, you'd have special equipment to do that originally. And as soon as all of that becomes digitized, it's a relatively inexpensive piece of software, or there are open source video editing programs, but I've never found a good one, right? I'm happy to have Final Cut or, If you use the Adobe stuff, Premiere is very popular. I know, like, for the longest time, the industry standard was Avid, but I think it's pretty diverse at this point. And actually, there's a really interesting one by DaVinci Resolve. I always associated them with, like, a color grading system. But yeah, so the thing that was kind of interesting about this is that you would imagine that the low cost of being able to produce video would have resulted in more interesting films of that nature. And I imagine this is probably to, like, not get overwhelmed with entries, but I know it was also true, and I suspect this is probably still true, but like so if you think of that era of filmmaking, I also know that it was true that there were festivals, like the ones where people sort of got their reputations made. You're really looking at requirements which say you have to have like 35 millimeter film, or at the very least 16 millimeter film. Like the idea is that if you shot on video, at minimum, you are paying to have that transferred onto film. And then obviously it's not going to look nearly as good. And it's not to say that there weren't examples, but usually it would be people with established reputations. So like, I think Steven Soderbergh had one, but the other one that probably a lot of people will think of and remember is 28 Days Later, which very deliberately had this video look, one, for that documentary style, but number two, from a very practical point of view, is it's really the only way that they were able to get certain shots of London. There are some parts that you just could not otherwise like block off those parts of the city. So there's some sort of dexterity that comes from it. But then there's another milestone that happens. So I think Panasonic really... So like there's the type of camera that Lucas used to shoot the Star Wars prequels. And I think that's like the Sony F950 or something like that. Anyways, it was a high definition video camera. So that was the point where people were sort of like, okay, this is getting to a point now where you can credibly put it onto, film. I'm assuming most, well, I mean, if it's the first one that's using it, obviously, then all of the theaters are going to be film. But yeah, I mean, assume for a very long time there was the consider, how good can this thing look when you're transferring it onto a film print? But then Panasonic came out with sort of this prosumer kind of camera. I don't even remember what it was called. Again, I read most of this stuff quite some time ago. Although I have also worked on a couple of shows which were using those cameras because they were the old stuff at the rental house. So like this is still something that they invested in, right? So they're, if there's somebody who's asking for like a discount to stuff, it's going to be sitting collecting dust anyway. So why not give them the old stuff? It still works, right? But yeah, there was like this Panasonic thing that was made, which essentially recorded. It wasn't exactly what the Star Wars prequels used. So I think its resolution was 720 rather than the full 1080. But like its color space was roughly where it needed to be. And then I think around the same time, that was when the Thomson Viper film stream came out. So if you've ever watched, there's a couple of Michael Mann movies that used it. There was Collateral, I think. It was like Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. And I think his Miami Vice movie used that. And then I think David Fincher's Zodiac also used the Thomson Viper film stream. And that was a big one because I think it would be weird if it was uncompressed, but I seem to remember like if it wasn't uncompressed, it was at least a very, very high, like much more so than the other ones. And so that now you've got sort of this this high-end element, and you've moved far away from the idea of like the advent of digital technology being something that independent filmmakers are using to create their films. It's not that those movies aren't being made, but you're not really seeing them on video store shelves or, even on, whatever movie services would be streaming for you. it does sort of seem like all of the things that would have gotten a feature film picked up largely put barriers in place to people being able to realize that. I'm sorry, this point is going on endlessly, but there is a point to it. I think the most interesting thing in terms of the lower cost for production actually happens around the time for YouTube. Because, of course, now there are people who probably don't really think that much about going and watching a TV show. I mean, you will, there's a lot of people who subscribe to Netflix or Apple TV Plus or Hulu or Paramount Plus or, everybody's got their service now, right? Disney Plus. But obviously this idea of video content, and specifically the fact that YouTube is taking a much lighter touch on that approach, I think that's really where you're starting to see, video. And I mean, of course, the quality of the video is improving as well. But, to be honest, a lot of the time when you're watching on YouTube, you're watching it within a window. So a standard definition video would have been fine. But this is a case here where, anything from an educational video to a creative work is something that is not just being made, but it's connecting with its audience in a way that maybe wasn't realized at the time that the technology was actually available. And you would have imagined that it would have created this sort of flourishing of creative expression. So the thing that's kind of interesting, the reason why I like doing the comparison with, first of all, I think the comparisons with film and games tend to work better than people sometimes give them credit for. So there were these sort of boutique indie divisions. So like Miramax was the one to really innovate this, but they were sort of the ones who would go to film festivals and they would find something that was either award-winning or, just generally the sort of thing that would get a lot of attention. And then they would do these very aggressive marketing campaigns for award seasons, so things like the Oscars. So you do a limited release to make sure that you're eligible for the Oscar. Very heavily petition the Academy to give your film the award. And then when you have all of these accolades, that's when you sort of do the wide release, because now you've got a whole bunch of publicity. That was kind of the Miramax formula for a while. And of course, it doesn't mean that they didn't do their own productions. Obviously, there's also the Shakespeare in Loves and things like that. But Miramax really that was kind of the way that they wound up sort of really kind of taking over independent film. There's a book about this stuff too. I think that one's called... it's by Peter Biskin. There was Easy Riders Raging Bulls, which was about the 1970s, and then he did another one about... I actually genuinely don't remember its name anymore. But if you look up the author, Peter Biskin, you'll see what it is. But yeah, Miramax eventually winds up acquired by Disney, but the other film studios aren't going to take this lying down. So there's Warner Independent, there's Fox Searchlight. Fox Searchlight still winning Oscars, by the way. Fox Searchlight actually also made this really good science fiction film, Sunshine, which I notice. I don't know if anybody who's watching has seen that, but I notice people always have the same reaction whenever I mention Sunshine. So I'm curious if people will mention that same thing. I won't say it until after. I know I've mentioned it on the stream anyway, but before. But you actually see this happening in terms of the... this is like an article I wrote years ago, but like this is something that's actually happening in terms of publishers as well. So you have, Ubisoft had their group. I can't remember if they actually had a specific name for it or if it was just they would attach it to some of their smaller studios. But like Valiant Hearts kind of came up through their sort of boutique label. EA Originals is possibly one of the most interesting things that EA has been doing. So I think to a certain extent they're auditioning sort of their future respawns. In fact, that's where Titanfall came from, was a very similar program to that. But that gave us A Way Out and It Takes Two. I don't believe Activision Blizzard has one. So I'm trying to think if there was another... I guess Warner Brothers actually is a fairly big gaming publisher too, but they, through theirs they did they published Bastion originally, although that's harder to say whether or not it's Warner's entering into the games industry through smaller titles, or it's just that they're, because like that isn't necessarily sort of a special label that they're doing, but it is something that actually happens inside of gaming. And the EA one is most interesting, one, because of the games that have come out of it, but number two, because at least on the original formulation of it, EA didn't make any profit off of those. They would get their marketing costs back, but the developers would actually get all of the money. And again, as a strategy for attracting the kind of talent that will give you your future growth, it's actually not a bad way to go about it. Again, I suspect probably for It Takes Two, there might be a different arrangement there, because it was mentioned on their earnings call. But the reason why I'm going on this big long rant is that, if you think of it in, whether you did an econ course or whether you've heard, everybody's heard of like the whole supply and demand thing, right? And the idea of costs, and the idea of sort of costs going down and sort of innovation that can happen from that, or alternatively the sorts of weird and experimental stuff that comes out of it. And that can be film, that can be, even writing, right? The idea of making it easier to reach out to an audience. That's where we get things like Metro or The Martian. But the one thing that's a little bit of a shame, and it's a good and a bad thing, but this is where I wanted to kind of go with what Nearly Logical is sort of saying. The idea of playing, you value interesting stuff more than good. There are a lot of very good games. In fact, you just need to go like R Game Dev, R Unity. These are very well put together games usually. And they're not always the most interesting. And it's strange because to a certain extent, it doesn't seem to be a big mystery that people are having trouble making money making games. I have some feelings on this, so I think probably one of the biggest contributors to this is actually just the fact that people are taking too long to make their games. It's a productivity argument that effectively the games that they are selling are overpriced in the sense that people might be willing to buy that experience, but they're not willing to buy that experience at the price that allows the developer to make that game in the time frame in which they made it, which means either they need to take a loss, in which case it's not really a business anymore, it's a hobby, or they need to. Well, I mean, in either case they suffer a loss, but one is that they're pricing the game fairly and that the market will not bear that price, or they price it at a loss, and again at that point they just sort of know that there's a finite time in which they're going to be able to do this stuff. But the shame about this is that the hope would be that with the lower costs of development, and this isn't even a Unity thing, right? This could be, the fact that you have, I know some people will just cringe at the idea of making something in Python, but like obviously there's Pygame. And not everything, is going to be Doom Eternal or Battlefield, 2047. Python is, of course, perfectly capable of making worthwhile games. But like just the simple idea that if you want to make a 3D model, Blender's pretty good, right? If you want to put together a game, even just with programmer art, it is so much more easy to do than at a time when, when XCOM was being made, and it's XCOM was made by a comparatively very small number of people. That would definitely be the sort of size you'd expect maybe an indie team to be today. But of course, the cost of making the XCOM is so much higher than what it would cost to make an equivalent of XCOM today. Obviously that's an impossible experiment to run because people know what XCOM is, and so all of that hard work of sort of figuring out what makes the game work has been done. But I think one of the major differences in terms of gaming relative to film in this case is that probably because of the digital distribution, although even then that kind of took a while to get to get going. It's just simply the idea that being able to connect with an audience, unlike film where you would have sort of these barriers in the form of like Sundance may not accept you if you go out on video. And so, because you don't go to Sundance, you're not going to be seen by the person who's scouting films. Also, I mean, let's face it, not everything that's, people are putting together on video, it's not always going to be good. Yeah, it's fair to say that's an understatement on the capabilities of Blender. I'm in no position to talk about industry standard, but I don't think anybody is gonna look down at Blender for sure. But yeah, so like you have this period of time where essentially you need to know someone at Valve or Microsoft to be able to get your game out to the world. But then there's Steam Greenlight, and then there's Steam Direct. And, we're kind of at this point now where we're talking about these interesting things. And of course, the thing that's nice about that is there is that opportunity that's built now where if you want to do something interesting, you're no longer sort of putting a couple $100,000 on the hook in order to do this interesting thing. And again, like it's not necessarily a question of just using one of the existing engines. It's more just the simple fact that just about everything you want to do on a computer is easier to do now. And in some ways, it's kind of a shame that there isn't more interesting stuff. Although I will also say that sometimes, there's probably more interesting stuff than I'm ever going to be able to play. So I want to be kind of careful on that. And some of it you'll find on itch. But in general, I do tend to notice, like I have been keeping a fairly close eye on Steam for a while now. And I do sometimes wish that I would see people trying to go for weird a little bit more often. And you're right, Nearly Logical. I mean, to a certain extent, it's a hard position to be because you're either going to, I suspect a lot of them either want to grow, and one of the reasons for probably wanting to grow is that point where it can be really tough, I imagine, to try and make something of that quality. Like, that's costly to do. And so failure can potentially mean that takes you out. But on the other hand, you also probably want to remain independent. So something like Ninja Theory, right? I'm sure to a certain extent it's great that they now have Microsoft to, allow them to realize even greater visions. But you're also not independent anymore, right? You are ultimately a larger studio. But I mean, again, as long as they keep making games like Hellblade, I'm completely fine if it's got a big Microsoft logo on it. Anyway, sorry, I'm monologuing. Hopefully that was mildly interesting to people, but yeah, when you say value interesting more than good, like I guess the biggest thing is that whenever it comes down to good, I already have a library full of games that I think are not just good, but possibly some of the best games ever, right? I'm always going to be coming back to Civilization. There's never going to be a time where I don't wind up playing some kind of Civilization game. The question then is, what else do I have in my library? And one big appeal for Cultist Simulator, right? This strange game that doesn't even bother to give you a tutorial, and has obviously been something that I have continued to come back to over and over again over the course of the last few years. As I'm sure there was a deeper point that I was going to make, but I really should move on. So I'm going to bring up The city unbuilt will rise in noon. This history is my last and greatest work. This will be the last city on Earth. When it passes, so will the world. I would agree, Nearly Logical. I think to a certain extent, like you can... I think there will be very ordinary, for lack of a better term, games that people wind up loving. It's like I know someone who just doesn't play games, but they remember very fondly a Snoopy golf game. But yeah, just the thing is that there's like you really don't have anything more scarce than time, right? So if if you can only play one game at a time, you really need to be something that is worth that time. And it's why I know, like I've seen a few developers that I follow really complain quite loudly about the idea that it seems to be kind of a winner-take-all setup. But it's like, it's not that there is some diabolical capitalist sitting in the background making it, like, forcing the world to be that way. That's the way our attention works, right? It's the same way that, a whole lot of movies are going to make a whole lot of movies are either going to break even or not make their money back. And there's a small number that are going to basically make all of the profit for the industry that year. That's just the way that works. And it's the way that those studios are structured, incidentally. But when you run a business, you're going to develop a product. You need balls of steel to risk the company and the jobs everywhere. Yes, no, for sure. I mean, essentially, that's the reason why Tim Sweeney sold the Gears of War franchise to Microsoft, because I think it was Gears of War 3. Effectively, they realized that essentially they're betting the farm every single time they make one of those games, and that the game being anything less than a hit, like not a not just a did well, but like has to be a genuine hit, would render the company bankrupt. And, it didn't even necessarily work the first time. So I think their first one in the new model was like Paragon. And that didn't really go anywhere. I think they lost Cliff Bleszinski or whoever. It was like one of the big names. But then, they bring in Don Mustard. And I mean, there was definitely some good stuff from, like, Chair was doing interesting stuff. They were doing Infinity Blade for like mobile devices and things like that. That was definitely an interesting game, but it really was Fortnite that sort of showed how incredibly powerful that Switch could be. But yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I don't think they could really sit down and say, yeah, we need a Fortnite level success. But I definitely think that the intention very much was to be able to do something a little bit nimbler, and more importantly, just to be able to say that, if this thing doesn't work out, we are not like firing half the studio. You knew about Palworld Studio. You have a pretty good system for finding weird, and you're looking but still flew under your... Yeah. I mean, I think probably one of the most depressing things about being a independent game developer is probably that there will be more people who have never heard of your work than... Well, and that's even if you have a successful game. I remember for a long time I kept looking at where Among Us was on the Steam top sellers. And I guess there are probably some microtransactions in there that are bumping the number up. But like, the big thing for me was to take a look at how high that was on the list. And this is when you got like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, playing the game with the Canadian politician Jagmeet Singh. Like, this is definitely at the peak of its popularity. But that game was still like in Steam top sellers, which means that there was a bunch of people who were just finding Among Us for the first time. Just the tip. Great to see you again. It's been several years since you checked in. Call to Sim early days. Hope all is well with you. All is well with me. Have you had a chance to check out Book of Hours yet? Because this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator, and I'm fairly far into this particular game. I'm actually getting some more information about some of the Newman housed within books. But thank you for stopping by. And again, I'm really happy to see you. Are the mechanics the exact same? So it's still a card-driven game, but it is definitely its own thing. So like the intention behind Book of Hours is I'm sure you may know this already, but Alexis tweeted out, thinking of making a cozy Cultist Simulator sequel where you manage an occult library, and it's gentler. If this thing gets 1,000 likes, I'll make it. And of course, it being the internet, it got more than 1,000 likes. And then Weather Factory kind of sits down and says, okay, well, maybe we should do something like this. So the easiest pitch that I could give for this would be that this is the game that you want to play if you wanted to get into Cultist Simulator, but you found like the roguelike element to be too much. So there are timers, absolutely. And again, so much of the story is sort of card driven, and it takes place in the same setting. The setting's now called the Secret Histories. But it is absolutely, you do things on your own time. There are seasons, but the seasons come back. There's no starvation. You can get sick, but you don't get sick in the sense of if you don't resolve this sickness within, three moves, you die. It is a game which is a lot more about sort of inheriting this occult library, kind of living this sort of solitary existence. One big part of the game is unlocking all of the different rooms. So this is one thing that's quite different from Cultist Simulator, is just the ability to sort of go in rooms and see exactly what's there. In fact, they had to add a tooltip saying that you could zoom in this close because some people were missing some of the puzzles. If you can just give me a second, I gotta sneeze. I thought I did. I'm sure I'll sneeze later. But yeah, I quite like this. So I think like the lore stuff, the interactions, I think are still there. So my impression is that people who like Cultist Simulator still like Book of Hours. I mean, again, there's always going to be people who don't care for this stuff, but I think for the most part, the crossover has done well with the roguelike fans. But more importantly, there is now a group of people, and I've had a chance to talk to a couple of them, who wanted to like Cultist Simulator, but just really could not reconcile a game willing to sort of kill them that way, especially with the amount of time that you need to spend to get to certain places. And this game is really filling in that gap. And I mean, again, if you like the Cultist Simulator setting, there is so much more stuff inside of this game. This is absolutely huge. But yeah, I wanted to be kind of clear in terms of the mechanics. Like, they are very, very similar, but I really do think the roguelike part is the really important highlight. So it's a little less punishing, which is what you need. Love the setting. You watch most of your YouTube VODs, so looking forward to this. That's great to hear. And I will say, I mean, I'm delighted to have you in the channel. Just the tip, both this series and also a dedicated YouTube series are in fact on YouTube. So if you want to see what this game is like from the beginning, you absolutely can. Because again, this is still fine. We're going to be reading a lot of the books and seeing what's going on. But yeah, if you're like, let's be honest here, if you're at a point of making a buying decision, I think you already know that I have a fairly good relationship with Weather Factory. I both like them as developers, and they have paid me to do the Steam streams. But if you are making a buying decision, there is actually, if you want to see more what your opening is like, because you start off in this game nowhere near the library. You wash up on the beach in St. Brendan's Cove, you find your friend in the village, and then you work room by room. And as you can see, there's a lot of rooms. So yeah, this is definitely, this is late in the game, but if you are sufficiently interested, there should be enough information on my YouTube channel in the archives to help you make a decision, and they should be in playlists, so you don't need to go searching for them too much. Okay, so I still want the winter. Oh well, I already have the winter one. We'll put it in there just for completeness, but. So I'm ready to read a new book. So there's a small temptation for me to get towards a fundamental aesthetic first edition again, but I'm going to just try and keep moving forward. So the sky in the sky in the scar. So 60 seconds, we will have the Newman out of that one. You prefer following your playthroughs? I can take all this lore at your own pace that way. Thanks again for streaming and nice to catch up. Yeah, no, I'm delighted. Delighted you thought to stop by. I'm sorry that I'm so much further in the game, so that there's going to be a lot. As always, I invite people to ask questions if things are unclear, because I realize playing something this far in, there's certain assumptions that are made in terms of what's going on, but we should be able to fill in the gaps. So 5 letters on memory, we will read that right away. This shouldn't be a particularly difficult one for me to read. We'll do Inks of Containment as a 10 winter, so let's do Snow Stories instead. So winter, a conclusion. I will try to describe briefly how some of these things work. So one difference between this and Cultist Simulator. So what you would do in Cultist Simulator is like you would read books and the books would sort of go away. In this game, the books stay and they will give you a memory, but they'll also give you a lesson. So I have lots of different skills in this, and you can, there's no XP in this game, but memories and lessons sort of allow you to build up your, your knowledge of things. So again, I definitely prefer this to how traditional CRPGs, let's say, handle this. And again, there's reasons why they do it that way. It's not an effort to sort of say, what were these morons doing, when Weather Factory had such an obviously better system. But in this case here, so the difficulties of certain books, there are mysteries. So if you're reading, my deeds, my powers, my accomplishments, and the injustices perpetrated against me by Hucabald of Posen, that is going to be a very challenging text. And then if you're trying to read, maybe the Christopher Olopoli books, those are going to be a little bit simpler. And so earlier on in the game, you're going to want the lower level mysteries, and reading those books, mastering them, and using them to build up your skills will allow you to read the more complicated texts. I was actually reading about a fairly notorious physics text. Let me see if I can find the name. It's by John David Jackson. Yes, Classical Electrodynamics. So one of the things I love out of this one is, where is it? Yeah, here we go. This is the Wikipedia entry. Classical Electrodynamics is a textbook written by theoretical particle and nuclear physicist John David Jackson. The book originated as lecture notes that Jackson prepared for teaching graduate-level electromagnetism, first at McGill University and then at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Intended for graduate students and often known as Jackson for short, it has been a standard reference on the subject since its first publication in 1962. The book is notorious for the difficulty of its problems and its tendency to treat non-obvious conclusions as self-evident. And there are two citations to back that up. And then, a couple of details. A 2006 survey by the American Physical Society revealed that 76 out of 80 U.S. physics departments surveyed required all first-year graduate students to complete a course using the third edition of this book. So, here's the thing, right? I didn't really do physics. So I did an econ, so I have my own set of really complicated textbooks. But if you try reading classical electrodynamics, that is not going to make any sense to you, right? That is not going to give you any knowledge to work with. But if you start with, a high school physics textbook and you work your way through maybe a few more and you have a good handle on the subject, maybe then you can tackle a difficult work like that. And it's not even that it's going to be easy. I don't think graduate students find that easy. but you at least have a frame of reference and you've built something up. So the way that this game sort of captures the idea of both the acquisition and the organization of knowledge. Obviously, it's a game about a library, so it's probably not a huge mystery that those would be important themes. But that's kind of how reading winds up working in this game. So here we've got a new book. We bought that from Oriflamme's. Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on matters memorial and mnemonic, addressed to his then friend Claude Hirschholt, the mystic and antiquarian. So it'll take a couple minutes to read. In the meantime, I've been leveling up some of my skills. Now that's a little bit more complicated. It's related, or it's my elements of the soul. It's related to my skills and what I have in terms of elements of the soul. So I'm going to kind of skip over exactly how that works, but essentially most of this playthrough has been about trying to get some of this stuff leveled up. So I want to see what I have to work with here. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. So I did say that I kind of wanted to try and pursue some of that nectar, but it's clear here that I only have enough health to be able to... Oh, hang on. Well, I'll be able to turn this into a health +1. Okay, no, I'm going to be able to get another health +2. So let's work on that. I think we're heading to the top here. Okay, so we'll do this with weaving and not working. So that's a Bossk, not a preservation. Okay, so now I need a Bossk with heart or... Actually, this will be a bit easier because we should just be able to use the drum. Okay. Let's play around with the illumination. So we already worked on Hyksos. That's not really what I want. Is it really purifications and exaltations? I have to imagine that's an ithistry one. Okay, so I think we should be able to use the bells in this case. So brighten my Foss further. Ithistry will spark my inner radiance. So we've already got the sky that we needed, but I mean, at this point, why not level this stuff up, right? Where else? So if this is the only Arab that I have left, I'm not really going to be able to go beyond the double plus, so we won't worry too much about that. Similar argument to be made for the Tryst. There definitely is an argument for me to try and level up the Whist, although I'm surprised at how little I have to work with. Before I do that, I do have an opportunity to boost the core. So let's take that. One of the reasons why I've been trying to focus on the lower level things before going higher is it's easier for me to use the low level stuff to try and find the high level stuff. Like, so, you know, if I start searching here for an attuned core to sort of cause the cards to flash, then I can go for the one that's lowest, and I don't know if that actually makes any sense, but... Okay, this is the Malachite altar, I believe. Okay. We have the FET that we can mess around with, so let's see what we've got to work with here. I seem to recall it was a little tricky for us to find a FET that would work. So VAC. Oh god. Was it the Asite that I... No, I think the Asite was the one I was struggling with. Yeah, so the problem here is I can't add the FET. And again, this one doesn't let me add the FET. That's Oromachistry. I keep getting these wrong, but this one was Nyctodromi, right? Yeah, this'll do the trick. Nyctodromi will show my FET where we can go. Okay. If I can find something to level up the metal, that would be nice. But I am also getting to a point where I'm starting to take up all of the interesting spots. So for instance, I think Inks of Power I might have... Oh god, that's right. I need to find a Horomachistry that I can fit with Scale and Rose. I don't think the Chancel will... Yeah, Chancel's not even close. But Saint Tentretto probably does it. But how would I put the metal in there? Yeah, no, that doesn't work either. Ugh! Condignator Scolacosophy. Oronoscopy... Or not Oronoscopy, the Inks of... Actually, the Telescope, yeah, because Oronoscopy worked with this as well. So, Inks of Power... Yes, we can actually level up the metal that way. Okay. Sorry, to someone who's new, this must be absolute gibberish. I should probably describe what these elements of the soul are to people. Okay, let's find something to improve Shapt. It's not critical that we do that, but again, I'm trying to make the most of the day. So, Door and Wall. Nope, Serpents and Venoms. So that's a Scolacosophy that wants a Scale or Moon. Okay, that's not going to work here then. I don't think the Nocturnary will do the trick. It does take the Moon, though. But it doesn't take Nock or Forge, so Rowanarium? No. That's funny. So what's the Scolacosophy sense that I'm missing? So like this feels like it should work, but I think it's because I keep thinking that Serpents and Venoms gets me there, and it doesn't. So it has the Nock, it has the Forge, but it doesn't have the Moon or the Scale. This is Ithistry. This is Ithistry. So this would work if it could accommodate my... Hang on. No, it doesn't. So it takes the Moon, but it doesn't take the Nock or the Forge. I don't think there's Scolacosophy for... Like, these would not be Scolacosophy. The Rowanarium is relevant here because... Well... because of the portal to nowhere, but these are Ithistry. This is Bosk. No, hang on. This is Bosk. This is Horomachistry. And yeah, that brings us back to the old problem. Like we're not running into enough Skolakosophy stuff to make this work. And unfortunately, I don't actually have a really good plan for how I get around that problem. Yeah, I think this is one of these cases where I'm probably going to have to get an old moment. Let me just double check that. Earthquake name. So probably we should be working on that old moment now. I might as well use rain. So craft an old moment, recall something lost, something scale aspected. Okay, so leaving aside the fact that I want to level up Serpents and Venoms, let's think about the other Shapt improvement. Oh god, it's the same problem. Oh, except that this is looking for Nyctodromi, so that might actually have a solution. Don't think with either of these two. No, that'll take scale, so Coil and Chasm. Throw a couple of Shapt at it. Open my Shapt. Nyctodromi will take my Shapt to new thresholds. Shapt, eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. So Knock, the principle called Knock, permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. And Forge, fire I once read as the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of Forge transforms and destroys. Or Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. Okay, let's level that Shapt. And then Whist if I can manage it, although I've spent a lot of time on this, which I hadn't intended. Lockworks and Clockworks, Ithistry. Now the bells would have been useful there, but we might be able to sneak something into the Oubliette. Yes, because it takes... Ah, there's no forge for this. Shucks. I think I've probably exhausted all my other Ithistry. Note, Lockworks and Clockworks will still work with the Madrigad. So Ithistry will ensure my Whist endures. And I'd kind of like to try that even higher. Spices and Savors. Yeah, we can do that. It's a nice little ASMR sound for all of you getting ready to go to bed. Alright, I think I will live with those for now. We may not have exhausted all of our options, but I'm reasonably content with where we're at. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Alright, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. Reverend Timothy was the first friend that we found when we arrived in Brandkrug. He helped us get across the Kukurbit Bridge and find a way to open up the Keeper's Lodge to begin the proper restoration of the house. Now, once we finish reading, there we go. We finished reading the book with the Newman. So, The Sky in the Scar. Gnomic exhortations that might be described as emergency procedures for the return of the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross. Each page of this book, except the last, bears a single sign, clear and irrefutable as a gem. the final page is empty. The traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross might never return. Newman, back into balance. When the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the wave and the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. So that's Heart, Sky, and Winter. Now, I believe I've already put down some notes about Back into Balance. No, we've not recorded any of these, so I know we are capable now. Although I may have also committed some of my skills a little prematurely. So I don't have a direct winter desk, but I might be able to sneak by with quenchings and quellings. So yeah, Whist +1, so then we can add Newman back into balance. In fact, we'll also be able to do the sky shortly after, but let's start with the Millicant. So another There Will Be No Second Dawn. Now it is interesting to note that like the text that it gives is it is slightly different, right? So it says here, this is the history where the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross return, and everything changes. What is above, below, what has wings shall thrive. So that's different from the text that we saw elsewhere. Okay, so we'll ditch the Whist, and we will instead replace that with our higher level Faust. And then Uzalt will give us the... Alright, the city unbuilt will rise in noon. This history is my last and greatest work. When the Carapace kind return, they will return to noon. Let's see if we can make that heart one happen. So we do have a bit more heart with health, so I may not need to wait for the alternative. I always get this wrong, but Orpiment Exultant? Yeah. The gods from stone will be remembered. Interesting. That's the first I've seen this one. This history is my last and greatest work, and in this history the traveling Carapace kinds will return from the other side of wave and sky, and hymn the hours that were lost. Interesting. All right, well that's actually a good day's work. We don't need to worry about anything else for Back into Balance. We've got what we need there, so we can just move on and read the next text right away. I'm hoping that'll be happening a little bit more often moving forward, but again, I've got my primary, I've got kind of my primary focus right now. This is the crack track one, right? Yeah. Okay. And we will eventually get to the end of the Cosley work, but I'm trying to write histories here. I have priorities. Right, some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of Parabit ink, but they haven't lived at Hush House. Alright, so again, I made a mistake. Oh, right. Because it's a Bossk thing that I was trying to do in Preservation. That's not the first time I've done that. It's probably not the last time I'm going to do it either, but... so another thing I can add to Allopolis Nook. Actually, I've already got a Parabate. Stay. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So there's really nothing I need to buy right now, but it makes me feel good to do some physical labor now and again. And to chat with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. And I think we could probably start reading. With keeper level scale, an old moment can lead to an earthquake name. Okay, so now I got to remember what preservation thing I was trying to work with. Probably Serpents and Venom? Nope, because Serpents and Venoms was Skolakosophy. And it's not registering. Surely not stitching and binding. Hill and Hollow maybe? No, because that's already handled. Should probably look lower. Okay. Clearly there is something I'm... Oh, right. No. I remember now. I was going to try and turn that into an earthquake name. Okay, we're going to wait. We're going to wait till the next day to do that. So yes, I can read the 5 letters on memory, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on matters memorial and mnemonic, addressed to his then friend Claude Hirschelt, the mystic and antiquarian. This book is partly a practical manual, expounding memory palace-like techniques, and partly an exploration of memory-rarefied modes in which sense or experience persist outside a mortal mind. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon, so I'm going to need to remember to preserve the old moment. This is an early work, and by Cosley's standards it brims with optimism, even enthusiasm. If books, he suggests, are the memory that does not die, then perhaps with sufficient endeavors, memory's murderer might be contained. It's a nice little bit of foreshadowing in terms of inescapable confinement. So we've got Rhyme and Remembrance. I don't know if leveling that up is going to get me anything. I am going to take a minute here to add this to my list of memories and tomes. Okay. Serpent root, a mass of rootstock, shiny with age, but still somehow viable. Tidy, spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. Seaborn, tide-drawn, Metascate sister, witch lover. The House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time, in eye and flesh and heart. Fights, feats, posterns, loopholes, set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. And I think... nuts. I forgot the... back into balance. I forgot to write down what the what legacy that was for. In the case of loopholes, when eternity came into the world, certain prudent powers arranged loopholes in the House of the Moon. The persistence of possibility, the right to vengeance. In the right histories, those loopholes will open again. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. So the one we were missing on this one was Moon. Now, we'll do a review of all of them, but I figured I might as well look at the new like, the one we're really curious about is what we can do with the boosted Trist. On that note, I do kind of want to level something up if I can. So this is a tricky one in the sense that if I So I can't use it to level up Fusine. If I put it to Rhyme and Remembrance, I'm not going to be able to crack it and get it back again. But there's actually relatively few items that it's true I can crack again. So Wolf Stories would be one. I think I'll probably just level up Rhyme and Remembrance. Assuming I can. I'm one short. Never mind. We will deal with that later. Again, I've got other priorities, so... But we should be able to at least read the... or we should be able to do the loopholes history now, or read it rather. Not I don't necessarily want to do it. Okay, Tridesma Hyra. Twice won victory in the House of the Moon. The city, presumably something about the city. Oh no, in the House of the Moon, the city. So that one, the ways that were closed will open. The city will rise in the House of the Moon, the place behind the Mansis. And there at last, I'll be safe. So the other two options here would be Moth or Knock. So I'm going to have to move to a different desk for the Moth. But it's more or less the same set of skills. Am I complete? Oh yeah, we already did that. All right, so resurgences and emergences, loopholes again. Sorry, I gotta make a note here. And then I can't remember if it's Maricat or Uzult. It's Uzult. So, City Forever Unbuilt. I found a place of safety in a city that will never be built, a fortress of paradox. And because this accepts Knock, we can just switch these out. So, the shop should be sufficient. We add preliminal meter. And then... no. So the gods from stone will be revenged. In this history, the old exceptions will come alive, and the gods from stone pass through the loopholes to have their revenge. In that new order, I will find my third choice. It's definitely not the one I'm looking to do. So what we're going to do now is we'll cross over into the next day. It would be kind of nice to read a book and get the next entry, but there's no rush for that. Oh, you know what? I can probably do Rhyme and Remembrance now. This is one of the reasons we talk to Reverend Timothy, even when it doesn't seem like an obvious step to take. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. So again, we've already got Rhyme and Remembrance committed. Really all that this does is it gives me the ability to do slightly more difficult things easier with that skill. And given the fact that I am kind of trying to find out the recipes, again, that's a fairly low priority, but it's still something that I'm trying to do. You know, the ability to make my life a little bit easier that way is nice. So the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay. Horamachistry will heighten my aspirations, so boost to metal. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. You've had them too, those moments when we seem to look out at the world through another's eyes. What if those moments were real? We have Nyctodromi will show my Fet where we can go. We have Ithistry will ensure my Whist endures. Ithistry will spark my inner radiance. Ithistry will ensure my Whist endures. Nyctodromi will take my shaft to new thresholds. And preservation, a heart still beats beneath the world's skin. Okay, so I definitely have some organization to do before I go too much further. So Whist we're definitely leveling up. In fact, we can do another batch here. So Trist is exactly where I want it. Shaft is going to be something that we move up. The Faust is something that I move up. No real reason to advance this one, I don't think. Metal we will move up. So I'm going to want to boost health. I can definitely see myself leveling up the Fet again. Arab is exactly where I want it. And Core. Core I am actually going to be able to level up. Okay, so there is a bit of a reason why I'm organizing things this way. At this point, it would be wise for me to... In fact, I'm going to slightly rearrange. It'd be wise to just sort of say, okay, you know, here are the things that I need. Here are the things that I can sort of count on being the same forever. So what I mean by this is like, so this health, we're going to turn that into a plus health. I'm going to turn these two into a plus health, which means we get a plus health. Likewise with a Faust, right? We combine these two plus Fausts into a plus Faust, but the best we can do with this remaining one here is a single Faust and a plus Faust. So I don't really see a situation where I'm going to want to use a whole lot of elements of the soul, but I don't want to close off the possibility of that in the future. So let's just take a quick look here. So I've got Disciplines of the Scar. Yeah, that's about it. So I should hopefully be able to... Nope. So I'll do this one instead. Combine these two Faust. Brighten my Faust to its utmost. Use illumination to focus my inner radiance. Okay, next up. Probably these Whist boosts make sense. So right now I'm just trying to think of the things that I can... Actually, we're still going to be working on that for a long time. So maybe we do the health instead. All right, so weaving and not working. Oh yes, my fun little journey of finding the right things to combine it with. All right, we'll work with that. Probably the core isn't a bad idea now. Strings and songs, huh? And that's a bird song. That is interesting. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work with the relevant instrument, though. Because we can take the harp, which does have bird song, and it does have sky, but I don't see a way of being able to connect the core there. And I am having a devil of a time trying to remember where the other birdsong stuff would be. So, Horomachistry, this is Bossk. But it doesn't take heart. Well, it doesn't matter because the Valentine one has been dealt with. Nyctodromi, Bosk. Bosk. Hushery, Hushery, Skolakosophy. A vast wasteland of nothing for me to interact with. I don't think there's any birdsong among these solar altars. Birdsong is not an easy one to find. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna have to work for it on the birdsong. That is a bit of a shame, but that's fine. I'll just put that on the to-do pile. Looks like we've got a preservation to work with, but stitching and binding first. So that is a preservation with heart or sky. Now that's a pretty straightforward one because we can just use the drums with that. Okay, now what about the whist? This is relatively high level, but surgeries and exsanguinations, and this is a nice one because it has hushery, which we have lots of, but not here. Actually, I kind of want to go to the spire. Well, I might want to, but it doesn't help, so maybe not that one. What about the one that's overlooking the sea? That one takes moon, so that doesn't work either. Sarcophagus? Nope. Catacombs altar? No! Man, okay. There's so much hushery and none of it is at all relevant to the things that I need right now. That's gonna make life difficult. Okay, let's leave that one aside. Sharps is a moon one, so surely... I'll remember. Okay, metal. So transformations and liberations. Presumably we do that one. Oh, that's... Okay, Shrine to the Madrigad then. Not Januarius, Madrigad. No, where did I go wrong here? Oh, because this is an Ithistry one, right. So it's the Watchman's Altar, but the Watchman probably doesn't cover me for what I need here. Maybe the... Well, first of all, no, and second of all, it's occupied. Okay, crap. I might be coming up short on the illumination side then. Yeah, okay. That's a shame. So Pyroglyphics has got to be a... Yeah. At least that one, maybe I can make work with the Watchman? No, because I still can't get the metal there. Yeah, the metal's definitely going to be a struggle. Okay. Glacier lightsmithing then. Another illumination. So the same problem. Now I'm seeing why I'm so far behind on this one. Okay, well, you know what? I don't have an immediate need for any of these things, and it is taking me more time than I want to level them up. So I'm going to focus on reading the next book in our collection. In fact, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to read The Sky in the Scar again. I'm going to give it a couple seconds head start, and then I'm going to read the book that I actually want the Newman for. 3 in the 3. So I'm going to have to be pretty quick on the space, but and then I think I said I was going to make an earthquake name, so use the old moment, a health +1, and this one I seem to remember. So it was something scale-oriented, but it wasn't Horns and... Was it really Hill and Hollow? I need to find a way of bringing a lot more scale then. So I'm okay giving up the Earth sign, because that's pretty easy to replace. But I need another 2, so fear's probably the answer there. So what do I do with that? The Arab won't hurt in this case. And then I think Exorcism for Girls will give us a fear. And you know what I'm feeling lonely for? Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. There is another thing I've been meaning to do, and I think the time has come. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat, so I've been threatening to do this forever, but I want to see what the Chronsicord does. I've been meaning to investigate one forever. Activate this. This will use it up, and nothing will remain. I am hoping it doesn't blow up. And you know what? I don't know if I will use it. I think I'm going to petition for another Numa. The Sky and the Scar. Gnomic exhortations that might be described as emergency procedures for the return of the traveling kinds of Carapace Cross. This is the Executioner and the Revolutionary. Okay, so we're not worrying too much about that one. Good lord. This was the preservation altar. I did the same thing I did last time. I cannot believe myself. Okay, I really need to remember the Malachite is not Bosk. It is preservation. And I believe it is the Callicite that is preservation. Let's try that again. Okay, Bosk. Right, that's fatigued, so I can't do anything with it now. I mean, I can spend money to restore it, but it's not that big of a priority. Okay, the 3 and the 3, the St. Chiavi manuscript. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one has best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No, outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The three who enforce it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, but that the chancel is the judgment of Janus, and that Janus is the wound in the law. It is also said that Janus is the one who killed Mozart in Amadeus. The Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would, but if the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. Okay, 3 rules. The hours are bound by their own edicts, even the chancel and the Calyptra. That's why their deepest rules are secret. In certain histories, if we know those deepest rules, we know that even the chancel and what the chancel and the Calyptra may not do. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the revolutionary can win a particular victory. So that's a heart, a moth, and a scale. So we have seen some of these. So the moth should be related to the city unbuilt. The heart should be related to the gods from stone being remembered. And then scale is actually the mystery one, I believe. So maybe I should try inescapable confinement next. Oh, that's right, because we were 1 short. So we actually might still be short on the scale now that I think of it. Let's try that one first. Yep, 1 short. That's what makes that mess up with the Malachite altar all the more frustrating. Okay, but we should be able to at least handle the moth side of things. So we'll take the Tryst. We will add resurgences and emergences. Same memory as before. Always have to use the journal. And then... Why do I always get this wrong? City forever unbuilt. This history is my last and greatest work. The city so long dreamt of will never be built, so Calyptra cannot hide it from us. I can't remember if I wrote this one down or not. Yeah, I can leave that aside. Okay, that's 1 of the 3. The last would be the heart, and we have everything we need to do that on our own, so... That ain't right. Grail is not heart. Orpiment exalted. The gods from stone will be remembered. This history is my last and greatest work. In it, Calyptra's weakness will become manifest, and the gods who were stone will be named beneath the sky. Okay, so as much as I would like to go to the next, sort of the next phase, I do have some things that I want to get done. So we're gonna wait. I'm gonna level up the health. Before actually, you know what? I don't need to wait. I read something and got a pattern. Why did I get a pattern? Oh, that was probably the... Oh, damn it! I actually wanted to read the description for that. That was the Chronsicord, probably. Alright, Exorcism for Girls. Simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in a straightforward and colorful language. Blake seems uncertain at points whether the techniques are intended for use by or on girls. She clearly regards children as a nuisance. Thurs's advice on the shapeless wood things known as raw prophets is typically practical. 1. Discourage them with buckets of water as close as possible to freezing, and with smoke of dried lemongrass. Under no circumstances kiss them or receive kisses from them. An effective formula is provided for laundering clothes stained with prophet slime. So that got me the scale that I needed. I will make sure that I have another Chronsicord. I don't want to use up all the Chronsicords in the name of experimentation. But I do also want to know. So there's one that we sort of found. We can build another one if I need to, and it looks like I'm going to need to. But let's get going on that earthquake. All right, discern a potency of scale. Hill and hollow with keeper level scale plus an old moment creates an earthquake name. All right, while we are doing that, let's get going on... Yeah, I am going to read another book. So I'll work out the scale stuff later, but I figure I'm already heading back to the Inescapable Confinement, so we might as well move ahead and take a look at the Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. So I Hyksos text, we will read it with Fet. I will also read Wrapped in the King again so that I can get the Earth sign. I haven't really been using the persistent memories as much, but it doesn't hurt to have them hang around. Obviously, if I do decide to go for another Numa, and I am slightly inclined towards it, I'm going to want to have all of my persistent memories, given how many of these things I've locked into higher level elements of the soul. And I want to find a way to make... I guess I need to make Gervanite first. So I seem to remember if I threw some glass, and then there was like some level of shapt. So I don't think preliminal meter is the way to do that. Oh, I think I actually remember this was a bit of a tough one. Yeah, so I definitely need Gervanite for the... Pattern almost got me there. I don't think the flowers will count as fuel. That will. And that also counts as glass, so... Alright, resolve a knock alloy. So yeah, not exactly how I was planning on spending the day, but you know what, that's not... that's also not a huge hardship either. I have kind of stalled out on leveling up some elements of the soul, but I think I'm okay there too. The health one is the one that I really need, and we're waiting till tomorrow for that. But I figure at the very least we should be able to knock down a couple more books. So based on the pace so far, we can probably get at least to the turquoise hand. That would leave us with 5 books and then a little bit of cleanup afterwards. And again, the main thing that I've been looking for here are things that are related to the Twiceborn. So some of these, you know, they're nice to know about. I'm happy that I'm learning more, but if there aren't Twiceborn victories that require Grail, let's say, I'm going to be much less invested in something like that. All right, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay. A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures and you will see. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps its secrets. Here's your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping, and here is your face. So the merciless alteration, the fundamental flaw, the irresistible shortcut, the hate that heats, the change that mars, the scar that opens. These are the foulest histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the artist and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. Okay. So... So, this is the first one for actually Grail and Edge, so this is going to get a little exciting. I've also got Wrapped in the King. I've read this like probably the most out of any of the books because of the persistent memory, so I'm just going to park that one for now. If any of you do want me to read a particular book, definitely let me know and I'll happily catch up, but I also kind of want to be mindful of the time. So let's see what we can do with Merciless Alteration. I know I've kind of got a few things committed that might otherwise be spoken for, but we'll do our best. First of all, Westcott's desk should be our best bet for the metal. Now, I think we're still going to be one short on metal, but let's see what we can do. Orpiment Exultant, if I don't know that one, I'm going to... Oh, wow, we're actually much further ahead than I thought. All right, Gods from Steel will bring the second dawn. This history is my last and greatest work, and in it new hours will come to be. The means are imperfect, even perhaps regrettable, but we can hope the new hours will be neither of those things. Well, now we know a little bit more about the Gods from Steel. Pretty strong opener. Let's see what Edge and Grail bring. Assuming I can manage it. Now, I think Metal is going to give me about as much Edge as any of the other... Oh, but I don't have an Edge desk, so let's... for that, I think Green's desk should cover it. Yeah, so Cyclen Eclipse... So yeah, Metal is at +2, and Arab... No, Arab's at +3, so that is the better option there. Okay, back to, excuse me, Merciless Alteration, our book, and Nillikan, right? Yeah. My god, the second dawn brings war. Each flame has its fuel. In this history, my last and greatest work, the fuel of the second dawn is the hours themselves. All but the last, all but the victor. Oop, sorry. All right, I do need to find a Grail that Ava's will give. Actually, I should have done it at Ava's desk because she's got Edge and Grail, but anyways. I'm slightly nervous now to see what the Grail one's going to bring because these have been going particularly hard. Do I even have a high-level Grail to throw at this? I don't think I do, actually. Tradiz Mahaira and Resurgences and Emergences is my best, so we might be coming up short. Maricat? The gods from stone will be consumed. This history is my last and greatest work, and I have recorded that with the application of this terrible Newman. The last traces of the gods from stone will be consumed. I was actually really avoiding Merciless Alteration for the longest time, but there's some wild stuff in that one. Okay, we're gonna read another book again because we got everything we needed from Merciless Alteration. Onto the Turquoise Hand, which is in Ramsund. Keeper level knock. Gervinite is the essential ingredient of a Chronsochord. Speaking of Chronsochords, let's see what we can do here. So again, I suspect preliminal meter... Oh, there you go. Place the Gervinite at the heart of a knock device. And I suspect we're going to see a bunch of upgrades now, so use illumination to focus my inner radiance. So there's our top level Faust. So in total that gives us 5 lantern for sky. Certainly not a hardship. Intensify my core, preservation. A heart still beats beneath the world's skin. So if I can double up this core, that's... Actually, we can do that right now. I don't even remember what... It's probably pentaments and precursors. No, that's a bird song. Hell. Strings and songs will still work, though. Why won't that work? Oh, because it's bird song, right. It's not preservation. Edicts Inviolable, on the other hand. Now, just to verify, I suspect in this case, yeah, it's still Regensburg Bomb. I would need to... Yeah, I would need to have the same soul type as the instruction says. Alright, sharpen my wrist further. I'll remember... What am I looking at here? Okay. So this is eventually going to go up to something higher. Yeah, okay. So I obviously have some... I have some choices to make. So let's go... The Whist and the Metal make the most sense at the moment, so let's try the Metal again. Now, I remember Metal was really hard to work out. So Transformations and Liberations, that required Illumination. My best bets for Illumination are in the Solar period. So the Chancel is Horamakastri. The Watchman doesn't take what I need for Metal. Solar Altar is Hushery. Actually, right, yeah, so there's only one Illumination for me to work with. Where was the other one, then? So we've got Hushery, Mythistry, Horamakastri. All these make sense. Illumination and... No, Nyctodromy was the mirrors here. So we had Illumination at the practice equipment. Right, the practice equipment works, though, because it accepts edge. So, with that, Transformations and Liberations, Sacre Bleu. Alright, does not take... This one will work, though, Pyroglyphics. Because I'm not committing everything, I can probably get by with sort of my intermediate steps, but, you know, where I can, I still want to follow that that strategy of going for the lower level stuff first. It's just, it's purely for organizing things. There's no sort of higher priority there. Okay, so surgeries and exsanguinations, I think we more or less covered is the sort of thing I can't actually do. But I also think it's a little silly that I can't... Like, surely there is something that this will work with. So glass blowing and vessel crafting. Now that's a knock in the sky. Good lord. Alright. I'll take it. All right, so we've kind of got what we need for the Wisp. In fact, I believe that's the last that I need from the Wisp, because we're going to get that up to level 3. So we'll move these over here. Okay, so the core is being worked on. I think the FET's going to be worked on too. If I can level up the shaft, I'd like to. I'm working on the metal. Yeah, okay, let's see what the shaft can do. I believe that was probably why we were getting the earthquake. But let's see what maybe the Ragged Crossroads can get us. I was not expecting that. That's not even close to what I need. But I think the Ragged Crossroads will work with the Condemnation. All right, open my shaft. Skolakosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft. So there's probably other things that I can be doing, but again, at this point here, I'm trying to be somewhat thoughtful in terms of how I approach some of these upgrades. My ideal here is that we get the highest level that we can for the elements of the soul that we have, but that we don't give up elements of the soul that we can use for other things. So for instance, I've got the Tryst that I use to learn about things for recipes, 4 Moth, 3 Moon, and then I have 2 Tryst which I can throw to do sort of just intermediate tasks. Speak half a syllable and feel the beast stir half a coil. And again, sometimes I do goofy stuff like commit health to things that I shouldn't be committing to, but yeah, so, you know, Faust I'm not going to touch again because there's no way I can get things up to, like, I don't think there is a 4 plus Faust anyway, but there's just simply, you know, even if there was, there's no way I'm turning 3 Faust into an even higher level than that. Arab, again, we're not going to turn that any higher. Health we can, which is why we're upgrading it. So essentially, once all is said and done, all of these are going to have sort of their high level and their low level. I might even sort of rearrange things another way, but for now, we've got the Turquoise Hand, a calligraphic manual of Ramsund, which employs as exemplar text Farid Udin's Conference of the Birds. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. At noon, the sun moves like the beating of a wing. At sunset, he sends the herald child with her candle. At midnight, he sends the wind that extinguishes the candle flame. Commentary, illustrations, and interleavings carry revelations never intended in the original, a sense of history and the senses of histories. This is Newman, that old lost music. In the right histories, every song ever sung still lingers in the wind and echo, untouched by the demands of eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history, but the synergist and the magnate can win a particular victory. Okay. So I don't think there's a whole lot of new information we're going to get from this, but I am still curious. So let's go for... I guess this will have to do. Let's take a look at the rose first. I think... is it? No, it's Preliminal Meter that had the higher level rose. Let's see what level rose I can work with. So Sand Stories is my second best. That probably means I'm coming up short, but we'll try. Well, that's what I get for not counting. Ys Beyond the Wave. This history is my last and greatest work. Ys will be the city we've dreamt of. Okay, on to Scale and Sky, and the Pale Desk is good for both. Oh, but we probably don't have enough for the scale. Yep, we're 1 short. Oh, right, health. The city unbuilt will rise in noon. This history is my last and greatest work. That old lost music will draw the birds, the names, the architects, and the adepts to noon across the evening sea. Okay, so I know I've got the inescapable confinement, the the traveling kinds of carapace, and now that old lost music to check out the scale stuff for. I'd like to try and make some progress, so we are going to keep reading the. We are going to keep reading the books. The Sun Disfigured, I believe, had a Grail memory that we didn't know. Yeah. So, for some reason I thought this was a Twiceborn one, but that's definitely not the case. Either way, we'll get the Grail, and then we'll move on to the Shretic Book of Suns. The extended timers makes it feel a little awkward, like there's kind of these more extended silences than I'm used to, but the sound of the rain actually really helps with that. I do like listening to the sounds every now and again. So I'll confess, I've actually been kind of looking forward to the end of the day, and that's just simply because I know I made a blunder with the health, and in fact the fact that I don't have that higher level health has actually stopped me from being able to get some of the information that I was looking for. So I am sort of eager to see the end of the day. Now, in fairness, like, there's nothing really stopping me from going to the Sweet Bones and seeing what it would cost to, or like just paying to get those back, but there's just enough stuff for me to do in between that I don't quite see the need. Okay, The Sun Disfigured, a scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. The author of the text calls herself the Elegabline. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the Watchman's name. Sometimes she seems to be Lady Tryphon, the Grail Long. It is unclear whether these are separate entities or the same person. It may be unclear even to the writer. The flaws in the Sun's plan are elucidated. The Sun's plan itself is never entirely clear, but it is a project of some kind to enter, possess, or surrender to the glory, the pure light above the Mansis. This book suggests ways in which that plan might fail. The Sun's weakness. The Sun's sins and the Sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us rising to eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the executioner can use it to win a particular victory. I'll confess, because Prosciutto Fist is playing the Executioner, or at least has, I started paying a little more attention to that one. So I do have some notes here about this particular one. So we had Lantern. Wait, what? Yeah, Sun's wounds are healed, and the new king brings the second dawn. Moth had the city unbuilt. You know, we can just read all of these again. It's not that hard to put them together. So, start with the Arab. The gods from stone will be consumed. This history is my last and greatest work. The greedier hours will take advantage of the sun's weakness. They will devour the last of the gods from stone. The old world will feed the new. I don't know if... Actually, you know what? If I can add resurgences and emergences here. And I can add the Tryst because it has moon aspect. So So a city forever unbuilt. This history is my last and greatest work. The city so long dreamt of will never be built. The sun will not touch it. Eternity cannot take it. And then the lantern, which we can do at the pale desk. And again, this is just purely for fun. The second dawn is nigh. The sun's scars must be healed. The sun's sins must be cleansed. The new king must bring the second dawn. All right, so I definitely have enough time to read one more book. That one is the Shredic Book of Suns, I think. Yep. So the key here is that except for loopholes, we haven't actually run into anything that is exclusive to the Twiceborn. So I think the Shredic Book of Suns and the Sun's Design are the other Twiceborn ones. At least that we have. I do need to allow for the possibility that there are other... I need to allow for the possibility that there are other texts that I have not yet found in the game. But I haven't exactly been looking for them very hard either. Okay, when a Chronsochord is completed, it is fully wound for the first and only time. So I think I can actually run with that right away. So activate this. This will use it up. Nothing will remain. We know we get a pattern, but I didn't read the description. It's quite a powerful item, though. Like if you can make one and use it to open up different rooms. A music box that only performs once, a typewriter that can only send one message, a clock that can only strike now. What have I learnt? Well, that was worth it. All right. The Shredic Book of Suns, a radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns, attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the Sun and Splendor and the Forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining through proxies that are in some sense themselves. Great counterfeit, the Sun and Splendor and the Forge of Days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. So... this is one that I believe I already have all the information for. No, this is the one that we were building towards with the Moon and Nectar. So we'll start with Lantern just because that'll be fun. I think if we go to the Nona's desk, yeah. Nona's desk will let us do both Nectar and Lantern, but not Moon. Twiceborn victory, the second dawn is nigh. Perhaps the new king is the real thing, and perhaps he's not. Either way, someone will bring the second dawn. Everything will change, and I'll have my third choice. The gods from stone will be reborn. There is always a compromise. In this history, that compromise will embrace the gods who were stone, and I will have my third choice. Aha. I was not expecting that, because we've got the gods from stone will be revenged. Probably not the one that I was I wasn't really thinking that there might be another option. Okay, so I gotta find something that'll take moon. That would be Ava's desk. So, Trist, hopefully we have enough. Is that my best moon? No, Trides Mahaira is my best moon. And I know this one, I think we're going to be right up to the edge. Yep. In the House of the Moon, the city, one hand in darkness, the other in light. In this history, the city will rise in the House of the Moon, the place behind the Mansis. And there at last, I will be safe. Okay. So I've more or less filled out all of the... Yeah, I've more or less entered all of the blank entries that I had. Now that we're not done. In terms of reading, we have these 3 texts, and then of course we've got the scale stuff that I want to work on. But in terms of endings, I believe Paths of the Sun is one that I already know, so it would be Lantern, Second Dawn, Knock, Gods of Stone, Gods from Stone have their revenge, and Forge, Gods from Steel bring the Second Dawn. Okay, lots of things to do here, but the first thing I want to do is just work out... yeah, I think I'm going to wait on the collection. Use illumination to understand better who I am. Preservation, a heart still beats beneath the world's skin. I'll remember. Scolocosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft. Alright, so. A few things that I want to focus on. So first of all, we got to get this health to where it needs to be. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time, basically. The scale stuff is now something I actually want to follow up on. So weaving and not working. This requires Bosk. Bosk is not preservation, so let's see what I can do with Bosk. Weaving and not working will work at the Calcite altar. Let me double check I don't have any other heart things. I don't, so weaving and not working. Health, health. These combine to a 2, right, okay. So combine. The result of this combines. The result of this combines. Let's lock that in. Next up, core. Same story. So. You know, it used to be really easy to find core stuff. All right, so C stories, Pentament's precursors. C stories is also... now the good news about the C stories here... no, it's not good news, actually. So I was going to say, we might be able to use that with the harp, and I can use that with the harp in the sense that I have sky there, but the harp only takes sky and moon, neither of which are on core. So I think it is fair to say that the remaining core boosts are all birdsong. Now, if there was something related to the gods from, or the Aviform hours, I could sort of see... some other birdsong possibilities. I suppose I should maybe take the time and double check. So the hollow drum is preservation. The grand piano is nothing. Sunset harp is birdsong, but only accepts moon and sky. Okay, the quivering double bass is a birdsong item. So that means pentaments and precursors is definitely an option. But surely strings and songs in as well. Nope, because... No, hang on, this still works, because then we take the 2 core here. Yeah, I cannot believe it took me that long to figure it out. This is why reading and rereading is important. Okay, moving on. Nothing to do with the health right now. We've got the whist that we need, but I'd like to upgrade it one more time. So that means I don't need to go out of my way to use surgeries and exsanguinations or any of these other ones. Solutions and separations, maybe? No, I think it's the same problem. But let's double check. Nope, that'll work. So if we take solutions and separations, we combine that with the comic sarcophagus. That puts us on our way to a WIST 3. So why don't you like Westcott's compounds? Because solutions and separations moves WIST up, but it's not a... Yeah, okay. So I gotta be careful on that hushery. I really chose the worst possible workstation for this. At the very least, I should try the Catacombs altar. Okay, so Sharp seems like an option here. Sharps was already used. Right. I thought there was something funny about that. Okay, so did glass blowing and vessel crafting. Okay. So hushery really isn't the angle I want to pull here. So bells and braziers, that's an ithistry. The problem with this one is... Well, maybe. Okay, yeah, we can make bells and braziers work in the oubliette. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere now. I've got 2 metal that I want to double up. So transformations and liberations is one option. Transformations and liberations takes forge, but it's illumination. I keep forgetting that this is a tricky one because I don't think it's the Shrine to the Madrigad that likes this. Actually, it seems to work pretty well, so... But it's an ithistry one, not an illumination one. That is why that doesn't work. I rediscover it every time. Okay, this is a hushery, so that doesn't matter. Bells and... This one would... No, because that's an ithistry one. Right. I gotta focus on the illumination if I'm trying to go down that path. So my alternative is glazier and lightsmithing, which is the same problem. So this is a non... Well, that's a non-starter because it's hushery. This is a non-starter because it doesn't take metal. But this should take the metal because of the edge. No, the transformations and liberations doesn't work, but I believe the glazier and lightsmithing does. Move my metal further. Okay, and that should be... I believe that may actually be the metal spoken for. Because I don't think there's any way for me to improve after those 2. Okay, so there's a Fett story that I can tell. There's also a Shapt story that I can tell. So let's maybe focus on the Fett for... Hang on. Okay, so 2 Fett, 2 Fett. That's 4. Okay, so I'll put 1 Fett here. Okay. It's going to be difficult, but... yeah, so double up the 2 FET, I can get to a FET 3. Again, is it a super high priority? Not really, but we're kind of on a roll now, so let's see how far we can go. Pearl and Tide. Now I suspect this is going to be a tricky one. So let's see what we can do here. So the Nyctodromy one here. Well, this will take Pearl and Tide. This will take FET. This doesn't seem like a major hardship. Expand my FET. Nyctodromy will show my FET where we can go. In fact, I'm slightly tempted to just see if I can knock out another 2 really quick on that. Maybe a little optimistic, but... it's all falling apart. It's hard to remember where I put all this stuff. Okay, Horamachistry really does feel like something that I should be able to work with. Furs and Feathers is the first one. Nyctodromy again. So I don't think the mirrors will do the trick. And I think... well, maybe. No, because if it's FET, I need something else to work in its favor. This is Preservation. Yeah, so I mean, there's a way to make it work, just in a different group. So, Great Signs and Great Scars is a Horamachistry. That may be with the clock. But I don't have anything to connect to the FET. So I think that's going to be the big challenge with most of the stuff that I try to do here. But let's still see what we can get away with. So Sacrosalis Invicti. Again, no Lantern, no Sky. You know what? Same. Tintretto will show us the way. Alright, expand my FET. Nyctodromy will show my FET where we can go. Okay. Now's the time I want to take stock. So I think it's really just the shaft at this point that I want to explore. So, and we have 2 that I don't really need to work with. Well, let's start by leveling this one up first. Dendrian, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing tonight? I'm assuming you were playing Against the Storm? I'm doing okay. I'm starting the new job in about a week, and we are... it kind of feels like I'm asymptotically approaching the end of the game. I keep finding new things to read. But yeah, I know you're playing something other than Against the Storm recently, but I cannot recall the name at all. And I know you're also going back to that gas station one, but yes, do let us know what you were playing. And hello everybody from Dendrian's channel. Maybe? I wouldn't feel quite secure enough to say with certainty one way or the other. Alright, this is gonna be... yeah, this doesn't work at all. But maybe at the Pale Desk? Okay, this is all well and good for me to theorize Pale Desk, but how do I get the 2 Shapt to work? Yeah, that doesn't work. But this does. Okay, so we take the Earthquake name, we combine the 2 Shapt here. No, that's right, because we can't put it at a desk because we don't have the other. Okay. Jesus. I don't think This desk does the trick. This might work. Let's try taking the 2 shaft, and then we can use Serpents and Venom. Right, because Serpents and Venom doesn't knock. I keep forgetting that. All right. But there should be a knock. Nope, I think we just used the knock one. But the Great Clock might actually allow this. So we take the Earthquake name for the memory. Then we can take the 2 shaft. And I know this is set up for Ithistry. But I'm pretty sure if we add the relevant skill...
I would never want to belong to any club.
Lababot.
Like me for a member.
Thank you very much for the follow. Anyways, you can tell us what dotage is if you... if that's what you think you were playing. Or if you were playing something else. And yes, welcome to the channel, Lababot. Thank you also for saying hello. I'm assuming you must run into a couple of people who think you may in fact be a bot. I usually don't like do a ban or anything like that reflexively, but yeah, okay. I'm not thinking straight on this stuff, so I need some altar that will take moon and scale. Alternatively, oh yeah, so one of these should do the trick. So this is set for Nyctodromi, but I believe the Earthquake name should still allow me to combine the 2 shaft. Yes, open my shaft further. Skolakosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft, which means if I want to go further with shaft, which I do, that might prove costly. Let's see what we're working with here. So, in theory, if I use the shaft 2 more times... so I need a total of 3. So we're looking at Hammer Time, Door and Wall, and Sickle and Eclipse, Nyctodromi. It's not going to be my favorite task, but we should make this work. Oh, that's cool. I feel like I kind of understand why for games... Like, so probably the thing that works the best for me is kind of the way that Book of Hours does it, which is they give you... So like in Book of Hours, it's pausable real time. So, you know, whenever you want to take some time to think things through, you can, but you are not under any obligation to, you know, to get on with it. And again, you know, games are interactive, so I understand why there is sometimes a, you know, a bit of a priority on being able to, you know, do a real-time game. That is kind of one of the strengths of it. But I'll admit, like, I do actually kind of prefer turn-based games, or at the very least, I think that the turn-based games are a little bit more interesting, like XCOM. It's very hard to say bad things about XCOM, for me at least. All right, Amaranus Batelli. So that's a few scene text. We'll read that. So again, this is more informational. I think the only other text that's relevant to the Twiceborn is the sun's design, and then we're going to double back and take care of all of our health stuff. But I suppose while I'm at it, let's just see if I can knock out a little bit more. So we've got a Nyctodromi with Disciplines of the Hammer. Now, if I want to try and do that in the Hall of Mirrors, we can, because... No, hang on. It can't accept the edge or the... Yeah, nuts. Maybe Door and Wall? Okay, that's a start. So now I'm looking for a Nyctodromi that will let me either put an Edge and Moon or a Edge and Forge. And we're technically already at the Asite altar, so maybe there's something that can happen there with Sickle and Eclipse. I'm not sure. I'm thinking it's kind of doubtful I'm going to see another Nyctodromi open up. Before then, though. So maybe we'll just leave that there. It's going to be a little bit of a pain for me to read my skills, but I have kind of a... There's a design I have in mind for this, so... Do you mean like even the older one? I was mostly just kind of referring to like the Firaxis ones. Although the old one, I mean the old ones I just haven't played as much, so I don't have as much to say about them. But they are at least well respected. I do realize there are some very frustrating parts on the old XComs. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Now, obviously Dendrian was kind enough to send his audience this way. Some of you may not be familiar with Book of Hours. I am very late into this game. So just to give you an idea, you actually start the game on this beach, and part of the game is actually opening up all of the rooms of the house and kind of getting an idea of what's going on. So I know for the most part people kind of feel a bit intimidated by the game and don't see a lot of value in asking questions, but I like answering questions, and it actually makes my job a little bit easier in terms of just being able to keep the chat going. So if you do have any questions about the game, whether they are very early stage things or whether they're sort of later stage questions, I'm happy to answer them as best as I can. But right now I'm really just kind of reading a few of these texts and learning some things that I hadn't already put together. So we've got the Amaranus Batelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. Newman, the bells of Ys. Ys, by her arts, found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys. But a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. So one of the things I've been doing is writing down... So this game has, I believe, well, it has over 100 endings. I know that for sure. Sorry, actually, I should be careful on that. When I opened up the JSON file in a program and took a count, so I haven't actually read the individual entries because I would like to actually play this game. But, you know, like, if you're analyzing a file, you don't need to read the contents of the file to be able to analyze it. The number of entries for it exceeded 100. So, you know, there could be duplication, there could be things that are not implemented, but it's fair to say there's a lot of endings for the game. So I am taking a few notes in terms of the special endings, because you have the endings. You can do any ending as a librarian of Hush House, but there are different backgrounds. I am the Twiceborn. And as a result, I'm taking a few notes in terms of who gets the special endings. So, Forge and Edge and Rose. So the Edge and Rose would be covered at the Vagabond desk. And I have enough arrow to do that, so we'll take Not Auroral Contemplation, Sickle and Eclipse. We can combine that with Nillikant. Second Dawn brings war. In this history, my last and greatest work, the arts of Ys will spark war behind the world. The Second Dawn will burn bright, the hours brighter. Again, I'm happy that I actually bothered to level up some of these skills, because some of the ones that I would have missed are absolutely bananas in some cases. We should still be able to make this work. So, Preliminal Meter's my best Rose. To Ys beyond the wave. This history is my last and greatest work. Ys will be the city we've dreamt of, and its bells will ring out again across the seas. And then finally Forge. So I'm not expecting any new results with Forge, but there is always just a little extra that... Oh, I'm already using bells and braziers. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get that. Hammer time's my best bet. Well, let's put a brave face on it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I do actually have a 4G. Oh yeah, not even close. Well, no, it's close. It's 1, but yeah, I do need to wait for bells and braziers. Fair enough. I am actually going to wait on that one, I think. Just because I know it is within my power. I just used the wrong... Well, it's not so much I used the wrong... I timed it out. I didn't time it out properly. But I figure it's probably not a bad thing for me to... Probably not a bad thing for me to take stock of where the upgrades are. Especially because I may not actually wind up using them. In fact, one thing I do want to do is petition for Numa. That's going to cost me a Porphyryne. It says right here, so you can do that with Nock, Rose, or Trist, all of which are currently occupied in my exploration. So I kind of want to get on that. And if I'm getting on that and I want to break one of the memories, I also need to get myself some persistent memories, because clearly I am not going to have that many to work with when all my plans are done. So I'm okay waiting until we've sort of boosted up all of the elements of the soul, but I do think I'm going to need to take a beat and have a good think about what my goals are for Numa if I'm going to petition for it. I mean, one goal for Numa is just, get more visitors for the matter of the Sanctuary draft, so I can potentially get somebody who knows Kernwek Henneveck, and then I can read the last 2 books before committing the history. Because I think if we're at the point where we're ready to finish the game and I don't have the language, I'm probably not going to put it on hold, given that my private requirement for myself has been to help everyone who visits the library. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. All right, lots of new skills. So Nyctodromy will take my shaft to new thresholds. Birdsong, we listen, we learn, we change. Nyctodromy will show my fet where we can go. Ithistry will ensure my whist endures. So the good news is we're never going to occupy bells and braziers that way again. The wood is filled with life. Open my shaft further. Skolokosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft. And Nyctodromy will show my fet where we can go. Okay, so plenty of things for me to catch up on. So we've got... I want to combine these 2 fet so that I can level them up with this one. I'll just move these down. All right. So this doesn't make sense. It's like my metal is vanished somewhere. Oh, here we go. Use elimination to understand better who I am. Okay. So I reorganized this just because I need to sort of get outside of my head for a bit. So again, the Trist, actually we can start with Trist sort of at the start here. So this Trist isn't changing. The best I could do is get a plus Trist, and that doesn't get me anything I don't already have. Same story with Arab. So same story with Faust. In fact, because I'm a big old elitist, we're going to put Faust right at the front there. We can probably do the same with the health, although that's going to slightly change. So yeah, so basically there's going to be a set of these skills. So like Arab is sort of in its steady state. Metal is actually in its steady state now because I don't have, if I upgrade this, I'm going to get a metal plus, but I need a metal plus plus to be able to do more. Shapt will also be worked on. In fact, Shapt will eventually become a 3, so we'll just move that one up the list here. My core will also become a 3. Okay, 8 parts of the soul. So I'm going to do another layer here. So I'm going to pair off the ones that are still doing upgrades. Did I forget 9 parts of the soul, not 8? Okay, so these are the ones that are sort of upgrades and waiting. And then these are the parts which are, we're not working with these anymore. Like we've got what we need. Okay, cool. So these are the sorts of things that I'll like read books with and so on and so forth. Okay, so we've read the Bells of Ys. We wanted to get the forge, and again, this is purely for curiosity, but I have more than enough in terms of metal now. So bells and braziers, and then the orpiment exultant. The gods from steel will bring the second dawn. The Ys metals will roil with light. New hours will rise. This history is my last and greatest work. And I'm not committing this stuff because once you do, that's it. You can't undo the choice based on what the text says. So I am not ready to commit myself to the histories I am merely exploring. Okay, so I do still want to make progress in terms of just learning more about the world. So we have 2 more texts, and then we start going back to the old ones that we didn't see before. So Coprolith Omphalos. This is the Kilisimi text, which is all about weaving and binding. So we'll read that. Now, I do actually want to deliver on all of these upgrades. So I'm first going to prioritize the health because the health is the one that makes the magic happen. So it's Rite of the Roots, Drums and Dances, Quenchings and Quellings. And it's Bosk. Of course it is. All right. Well, Drums and Dances is not a hardship, so I might be locking out another upgrade, but health is the current priority. Shapt. Yeah, that's gonna work. Which leaves me with Fet, and Fet is going to be okay, this is a Horomacrystry with Knock and Grail. This is always the hard one. No, actually, this one works. It's just because I keep crowding things at St. Tentretto that things get difficult. Okay, cool. Now, this isn't a high priority. So one thing that I might want to keep in mind is that in the long run, what is it? I'm going to want to read the Sun's Design. So I'm going to Okay, so in principle, one more book. In practice, I can actually figure this out exactly. So I think in practice it's going to be 4 texts. So Inescapable Confinement, The Old Lost Music, and The 3 Rules. And those are the ones with scale that I wanted to read but couldn't. But I don't really see any... So the tricky part with The Sun's Design is I've kind of actually already read everything. But I don't know, I can do it. It's not like I'm not missing out on a whole lot. The other thing that I want to do, though, is I want to work out if I am going to petition for Numa, and I think that's a very likely thing that I'm going to do. I actually am going to want to figure out what do I want to do in Numa. What is the purpose for that other than, just trying to get a Spintria or something? One thing I would note, so we've got the Wolf Stories, Path and Pilgrim. I guess Path and Pilgrim is probably the highest level. I think 5 was the one that I wanted to break after my previous Numa adventure, but I don't have any 5s that I can sort of mess around with now. So I think maybe we would break Path and Pilgrim. So I'm actually going to take some notes here. So from 1 to 2, that would be 1 memory. 2 to 3 would be 2 memories. 3 to 4 would be 3 memories. And the important thing to remember is that these need to be scale or rose memories. And both the scale and rose are actually things that I've pushed up fairly aggressively. Like I don't have that many Fett tiles left. Oh, actually, yeah, that's going to be a big one for me to think about, actually, because if you take a look at it, I've got 2 health, 2. Yeah, at the end of this, I'm going to have 2 health. I will probably only have 1 Fett. So that would take me up to... Well, I mean, I guess that would take me up to 4, so I'd be able to replace it. But then there's the question, like, what else do I do with that? I guess Fusine is one thing that I could move up. So Fusine would require a heart and a knock, so I could use my core for that. Then, of course, there's the just level up whatever I can, raise the lowest levels like I was originally planning. That's probably what I will wind up doing, if I'm completely honest. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a path that works here. But clearly there are things that I can do to make this easier for myself as well. So, for instance, sure, with Path and Pilgrim, I have my existing memories already, and I can read, the various books to make that happen. But there are a number of persistent memories that will get me certain things as well. And if I was smart, I would have written them down. I think I actually do have them in an Excel sheet, though, so... And we know I can rely on my Excel sheets because they've served me so well in the past. Okay, so with a rose under persistent, we've got an enduring reflection, forbidden epic, horizons. Okay, actually we've got some pretty workable ones here, but I am actually gonna want to get on top of those pretty fast. So, I don't have a scale one. Ugh, that's frustrating. Okay, from memory, earthquake name, earth sign, Hive's Lament, maybe? I actually should find that in my other spreadsheet. No, surprisingly, Hive's Lament is not scale. Okay, so there's one thing that I can do, and that would be to bring in a Newman. So inescapable confinement would be the easy answer there. So yeah, on my wish list, I've got inescapable confinement. Earthquake name. Old moment. So those are the scale ones. For Rose, we've got an enduring reflection. Forbidden epic. Horizon sight. And an occult scrap. And then technically, if what I want to do is upgrade Fusine, that would mean I'd also want to consider Heart and Knock. So Knock would be a curious hunch. Now that's obviously less of a priority. Didumos, which I already have. The Enduring Reflection, we already have on the list. And same with the Occult Scrap. So certainly no shortage of things for me to be working on right now. So let's the best thing for me to do right now is to sort of parcel out a few different tasks for myself. So first thing I'm going to want to do above all is actually petition for Numa. Otherwise, all of this preparation means nothing. So for that, I need Knock, Rose, or Moon. Now, my Tryst is probably my best option here because I'm not going to be messing with that. So we can also do that at Ava's desk. No, Ava's desk is already being used, so the reading room desk. And I did buy extra paper for this very occasion, so... And there are special conditions in terms of the porphyrin, so... the specific requirements here would be we need Knock, Rose, or Moon. We cannot have Edge, Heart, or Winter. So we couldn't take Sickle and Eclipse, for instance. We could, however, use Tridesma Hira. And this is for... Yeah, compose a petition to the Sisterin Witch. With the proper arts and signs and the proper incastum terminale, a librarian of the house might find a way to attract the direct attention of an hour. The sister has no dominion over Numa. No hour does, but she knows it better than many. Perhaps she will bring the season. I believe that is also the third of the 3 hours that we could petition that, so now we've identified them. Okay, so we will compose the petition. So that's sort of phase 1 is now done. The next thing we want to do is collect the various persistent memories that I can use. So for instance, the yellowing newspaper, that's an easy occult scrap. So that's a no-brainer for me here. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And to be honest, I don't 100% remember some of these different recipes that we're trying to make. So let's start with making a pretty simple old moment. I don't think that's going to be too taxing. I do need a memory, but in fact we can put anything in here. Maybe the whist is better because I have more of it. Solace. So recall something lost, something scale aspected. And this is because I know that I can make the earthquake name with it later. Okay. So an enduring reflection. Now that has been a long time since I've needed to make one of those. So I'm just going to go sickle and eclipse here. Yeah, so that's not an option. Well, let's maybe start with the rosy stuff. So preliminal meter. I don't have a whole lot of FET to throw at the problem right now, unfortunately, but okay, so I can make a curious hunch with 10 knock and a memory. And I can make a horizon sight from an enduring reflection, or I can just get a horizon sight straight from the stimfling, which seems like a smarter thing to do. Okay, yes, and with 10 rows I can make the enduring reflection. So the problem is I don't think... Oh, well, there's my rose. Okay, that actually covers effectively all of the... No, Forbidden Epic. We don't have that yet. And I think that was more edge-oriented. Although I don't think it was Disciplines the Scar. I really messed it up by doing this. Okay. Oh, this is a good one to know. Lantern with the earthquake, right? Oh boy. Sharps. Inks of Power. I really wish I wrote that one down because I always get it wrong. I mean, maybe it is a rose thing. The better option is the Vagabond desk for that, but I think I'm already using it. Yeah. Let's see what we can work with. I'm not going to lock any of this in, but yeah, I'm totally drawing a blank on this. Sea Stories also is not accessible to me. Let me just... Actually, no, hang on. It was Edicts Martial. I think that's why I've been struggling to find it, because there's like exactly one... Oh, this is actually going to be a real pain to get, I bet. The Confounding Parable, that's right. Okay. So 15... Jesus Christ. Okay. So my best bet is to take the Wormwood Dream. I'm already tying up my tryst, so that's a non-starter. Well, we have a little more. So I'm going to have to add a confounding parable, which brings us up to 14. Well, there's other moon things that I can bring in, though. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just looking for the confounding parable. Okay. Freaking out for no reason. All right. Let's find a desk that I'm not currently using. I know we're not going to get a confounding parable from talking with Reverend Timothy, but we can get one from reading 108 for the 108th time. And that, rather surprisingly, actually has me completely covered for any upcoming Numa. I'll still do my best with it, right? And if I can, I want to try and get all of my work done, you know, today, just so I don't need to put the extra effort in when it's inconvenient to do so. But I'd say overall, we're in pretty good shape. I am intrigued by this double core. I'm thinking probably I can already upgrade it. Nothing's history when first it happens. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Alright, so the Stimpfling. Add a soul card, so we still have a leftover whist. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. We will try to feed it right away as well, but that's a secondary concern. Now, we're not going to be able to harvest everything in Numa like I normally do, again, just because I've committed so many of my elements of the soul to getting the higher level stuff. But that was planned for, and to be honest, like, Hush House is starting to burst at the seams in terms of all of the just different things that I want. So it's not a major hardship that I'm not going to be able to get as much crap to fill the house with. All right, the sun's design: a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, in a sarcophagus of black corundum, Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, and neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither liar nor speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light-suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. The source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us, or saved us from it. But there is a great secret here. Now this interests me. So I'm reading the sun's design, but there's no Newman, which means I must have read another Newman. Yep, I messed it up. All right. Copperlithum phallus, what is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child? Something consumed, something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. The meaning of this object isn't something that one reads, but rather something that one follows, until at last one has passed 3 times around it, and one finds the meaning waiting at one's shoulder. Weaving the world, the histories, they say, are braided like hair or tangled like roots. What is the shape of that knot? Funny you should ask. Okay, we'll definitely read those, and I should be able to read the sun's design again. The design is complete. To travel via the way of the lower skies, it must be sanctified with the proper seal by one charged with the delivery of messages of import. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow. Thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend. Thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. The postmistress might have a suitable seal to consign this on the way to the lower skies. The cost is 1 tin spintria. By courier of the lower skies? Sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here. It's a little late, so I just want to check something here. I don't think we're going to get to the end, but I can at least try and set up conditions under which we will finish the game before the end of the month. But I do need to just get myself sorted out for a minute here. Okay, sorry about that. And the Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say that knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So, we got a couple of things to do here. Now, I'm a little conscious of the fact that I might be fatiguing one of my elements of the soul overnight, but I do actually need to get the confounding parable dealt with before the end of the day. So we throw a tryst at it here. We throw the confounding parable in here. Then the fog. Ugh. Then the Edict Martial. So why did I think I had something really clever? I mean, I could throw Weaving the World in if I have the source. Actually, I do have another source for... Okay, yeah, so we're going to look at these really quick. I suspect my moon may not be available. Oh, that's a pain, actually. Because I did kind of want to read... Well, okay, hang on. I've already got moon written down, though, right? So moon is... It's the one I haven't written down. Oh, yeah, no. The House of the Moon, the city. I don't know, though. I do kind of want to read that stuff. Okay, well, you know what? This has an easy answer. So what I'll do here is I'll find a shrine that accepts moon. Not the chancel. Couldn't be the shrine of the... What? I don't even think... Solar hours probably don't want to have a whole lot to do with the moon. But there you go. There's the Catacombs altar. So we'll take that. We'll take the fog. We will add... Okay, I think I'm back to the same problem. So I can add Edicts Martial, and I can add Weaving the World, but we're still one short. So, smart guy, what are you going to do about that? Find something that takes tools. So the Hermit's Workbench. Alright, that's going to make it tricky. I solved one problem and created another. So we've got 11 now, and it's not going to let me use another memory. Okay. Alter the knot. Oh, you know what? I could have put the stimfling in. That would have fixed it too. You know what? This might have saved me. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? I need to add the confounding parable to make the Edicts Martial work. I am clearly not thinking straight. Okay, so ditch the fog, add the weaving the world, confounding parable, devotion. We need to add something with 2 moon, but surely a salt sign does the trick there, right? Bingo! Craft a forbidden epic. Elaborate the parable into a potent edge epic. So, I would have preferred not to have used the Newman for that, but we're at the end of the day, so there's not a whole lot else for me to do. We'll just go back to Ambrose's desk. We'll read the same book. It's pretty clear that we're not going to read the Sun's Design unless, you know, we really deliver on the rest of these steps, but that's no hardship if it turns out. Now, I am kind of curious. We've been sitting around with this core in the inventory, and I'm wondering if there is a chance for me to turn that into something bigger. Of course, it's also going to be difficult because I have no idea which of these... there we go. Sea stories. Sea stories are pentiments and precursors. I believe... Okay, so those were bird song. Yep, so that's been available to us for a while. Intensify my core to its utmost. Bird song. We listen, we learn, we change. All right. Looks like I also have the same option with a whist. So we do that again as soon as I find the relevant improvement. So sights and sensations, inks of revelation, solutions and separations, all of these are options. I guess the question is there a... Yeah, sights and sensations is actually a perfectly reasonable one because we can do that on the spire. Not that spire. But this spire, or the Tower Top Prospect. Ooh. Do we do it at the Logia Prospect? No, we do not. We do it at the tower. Yeah, Tower Top Prospect. I can live with that. I'll remember. Sharpen my whisk to its utmost. Not quite there with health yet. We're getting there, but... yes, so that is it in terms of things that we can commit. There'll be a couple of others coming up shortly. The postmistress accepts the message, weighs the spintria, finds them both sufficient. I guarantee nothing, she tells me. Numa cannot be bidden, but now and then it has been successfully petitioned. Keeper level scale, an old moment can lead to an earthquake name. So there's a small temptation for me to try and make the earthquake name now, but I'm just gonna sleep on the old moment and make an earthquake name tomorrow. Now it suggests a meal would be welcome. So we might as well feed that right away. And there's our Enduring Reflection. With Keeper level rose, an Enduring Reflection can give rise to visions of wilder possibilities. Okay, let's go talk to the Stimfling first. Can't remember if it's vegetarian or not. It takes eggs. I did have a surplus. We still probably do have a surplus. Hen's egg for now. Oh, and soul card. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Okay, so we're getting roughly to where I wanted to be. We've got a health and a FOSS left over, and then the rest of this stuff is really just the remains of the upgrades that I want to do. So I expect that all of the upgrades will be done in time for Numa. It's clear that we will have all the memories we need for Numa. So really the remaining work is just to look at the Newman and see, just read some stories basically. So even though I haven't gotten every single memory like I previously would have, I'm still fine with that. Okay. I should be able to read at least 2 of these entries, so let's go to Nona's desk and see what the deal is. We have really used up drums and dances? Fair enough. I guess we'll only read 1 tonight then. The gods from stone will be reborn. This history is my last and greatest work. In this history, the gods from stone will be born again from the pattern that persists. So what we do now is we just kind of wait for these sort of these remaining upgrades to go through. I should sleep on the old moment though, otherwise I'm going to feel very sad. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So I'll probably use my Faust to make the earthquake when the time comes. A full belly makes a helpful friend. Okay. So we have 1 more day in autumn, is my guess. Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. There are a few things I want to get out of the way right away. So number 1, I want to take whatever lantern thing I can do. Actually, I want to be careful on that because I'm trying to think of lantern stations that I don't use for a lot of other things. We haven't used the alchemy station for a while. So if I combine that with Disciplines of the Scar, Faust... Oh yeah, I gotta wait on the old moment still. I probably need to add more stuff anyway. So with that in mind, probably we talk to Reverend Timothy. We can use our whist for that. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And hail, so that's gonna make life a little easier. I've boosted my health, so the wood is filled with life. Forbidden Epic, the Colonel's lessons and the Lionsmith's lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. We have got more Shapt. We have got Horamakastri will widen my aspirations. Okay, we have got things to do. So number 1, let's get this Shapt boosted. Actually, I guess the health is priority number 1, so let's deal with the health first. So Quenchings and Quellings is a preservation, and Resurgence is an emergency. Okay, Quenchings and Quellings is the simplest one because I can use the drum for that. Now, before I do that, let's make sure that I actually have the Weaving the World stuff dealt with. So we did Nectar. We probably didn't need to worry that much about Heart, but we've got it here now, so let's Hell. Yeah, that's not going to work. Well, no, actually, weirdly enough, this does work. No, it doesn't. Okay, we'll go for moon. Moon, sickle in a... Nope. Oh, wait, I don't think I have a super moon, do I? Sickle and eclipse is my best. Weaving the world. Porphyrine. Now, why did I think that I could... No, it's Tridrees of Hira. In the House of the Moon, the city. This history will be my last and greatest work. So I actually delayed by the 1 day for that one-liner. All right, fair enough. Let's go to Nona's desk, which I believe will accommodate Heart. Drums and dances. Heart. Weaving the world. Orpiment Exultant, I'm pretty sure. There we go. The gods from stone will be remembered. This history is my last and greatest work. Even in the very beginning, from axe and shell and stone, the pattern was clear, and now that pattern will preserve the past against eternity. Cool. So I am now free to do whatever I want with Weaving the World. I think I'm just going to get the inescapable confinement at this point. There might be enough time for me... you know what? Change my mind. I am going to try reading the Sun's design first, because we're at the very start of the day, and it's only going to take me a minute to read each one. So, but inescapable confinement is the very first one that I want, or actually any of the scale ones. So that works rather well for me in the grand scheme of things. Okay, now I definitely want to prioritize leveling up the health. So let's take the hallowed drum, quenchings and quellings. Add the 2 health, so that'll give me my health 3. We'll do the same with the Fet. Nyctodromy. Maybe? No, but how do I get the Fet in there? Yeah. Same problem. Darn it. Okay, so if I don't want to tie myself in knots with Edict's Liminal, Sacrosolus Invicti would go for Horamachistry. So I gotta find a Rose and Moth, Lantern and Sky, Horamachistry. Close. Shucks. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm coming up short on the Fet side of things. Is it really just these 2? Nope, insects and nectars. Okay, a Nyctodromy with moon. Not feeling super confident, but yeah, so the Asite is still a problem because of the... Oh, but you know what? The mirrors might add something. No, because again, it's the Fet that's the... Man, that is not an easy one to work on. Okay, so Moth and Rose. let's think this through properly. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably making this harder than this needs to be. Edict's Liminal, what do you know? It works. Okay, the last of these then I guess is this shaft. Now I'm going to need to do this twice. So, and again, it's considerably more difficult to find. Oh, Horns and Ivories I'm probably going to wind up using for something, so... Tarnation. The Skolakosophy is kind of encouraging. And I think with Sickle and Eclipse, I'm reasonably confident in my ability to deliver on some of this stuff, but I do want to make sure that the Earthquake theme is accounted for, so we're just gonna simmer down, wait for the old moment to come back. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Now, if I wanted, I suppose I could talk with one of the chickens to get a replacement hen's egg, but I don't think that's that important. Alright, I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So my preference now, kind of knowing what I know, would be to find some sort of a way... Actually, you know what? I can use the... better not, actually. So if I take an ordinary Faust... and I combine an old... Why would I do that at a desk, though? Disciplines of the Scar. Ordinary Faust. Old Moment. I need 4 more Lantern. I don't want to eat any of the... Now, Refulgan might do the trick. That's not... That's a start. Not my favorite choice, but does the trick. So now that frees up the Horns and Ivories to be used with the Skolakosophy improvement. So that's going to be for the shaft. I keep forgetting that this thing does not actually have knock. You think it would. Open my shaft further. Skolakosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft. Okay, so we're going to have shaft ++ to add at some point, but I believe every upgrade that I want to do has now been sort of registered. And that makes me happy. I'll work out a proper way of organizing this stuff later, but I think I'm at the point where if we go into Numa, I will be content. My stretch goal now, because I've got a leftover health, Wist, Fet, Trist, Arab, and Metal, and then in the grand scheme of things, the biggest hold on my Elements of the Soul would be to upgrade that shaft, and that is accounted for with Sickle and Eclipse, I believe. Yeah, which is a Nyctodermy moon issue, which may or may not be a hard thing to do. I'm not sure, to be honest. But at this point, what I want to do, Birdsong. We listen, we learn, we change. I'll remember. And once again, the sun's design, a scorched black slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, is a sarcophagus of black corundum. Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither a liar nor speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. So we're going to check out Paths of the Sun, but what I'm also going to do, I'm going to kind of work backwards. So when I count these scale tomes, actually I'm going to use the find function just in case. So I've got 3 rules, which would be the 3 and the 3, the Old Lost Music, which would be the turquoise hand, and Inescapable Confinement. Now again, I want this for its scale anyway, so any of these 3 are going to work, but the idea is that I spend a minute on each of those. So there's Turquoise Hand, 3 and 3, and Inescapable Confinement. 3 minutes dedicated to reading these will give me sort of all of the information that I needed. And unless I find another book with a Newman, these are the options for, for my endings. So we're going to start by going to the Vagabond desk and reading the Turquoise Hand. Now you might say, but you haven't read the Newman yet. Well, we've got a minute before this, before this is done. So we're going to read Paths of the Sun now. Let's start with the Forge, which I believe was one that, or maybe we did. Actually, I think we already had all 3 for this one, but it doesn't hurt to double check. So I think Forge was the Second Dawn Comes, but it is the Gods from Steel that bring it. I read that one recently, but I'm sort of adding a question mark at the end just in case I've taken leave of my senses. So yes, the Gods from Steel will bring a second dawn. In this history, new hours will arise in the paths of the sun, and I will have my third choice. Next up, we've got actually, you know what the funny thing is? Ambrose's desk accomplishes all of the ones, so I really shouldn't be messing around with that. Let's try that again. And this one would be Preliminal Meter. Yeah. Twice-born victory, the gods from stone will be revenged. The sun has made his paths, wisely and unwisely. In this history, others will travel them. The gods from stone will return for their revenge. In that new order, I will find my third choice. And then finally, we have the Ink of the First History, our Faust, and Auroral Contemplations. The second dawn is nigh. In this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. I will have my third choice. So once the scale memories are taken care of, and I don't believe any of those are linked directly to the Twiceborn, so these are purely informational for me. But once I have the scale ones, I will have seen all of the various, Newman and the ways the game can end. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, that old lost music. I did read the book recently, so I'm going to skip over that for now, but if you would like me to go back, just let me know. But my main interest here is to see what the scale gets. Oh, I'm not actually ready for the scale yet, so that does put me on the back foot in terms of reading everything in time, but let's not get too torn up about that. This was always a kind of a stretch goal. So if I don't get to do all of it, that's fine. Also, I probably should be trying to get myself an old moment. I probably shut myself off from that because of the Hill and not Hill and Hollow, because of the yeah, the way that I'm leveling things up, I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get that old moment. Well, there's other ways I can get the old moment, but it's not that big of a deal. Speak half a syllable and feel the beast stir half a coil. So there's the earthquake name that I wanted. Yeah, I don't know. The old moment's like a nice to have, but it's not... it's maybe not a deal breaker if it doesn't happen. Preservation, the earth endures, and so do I. So, there's our +++ health. This is the thing that we were looking for. So, let's see what the scale brings. Nyctodromy will show my Fet where we can go. Obviously, I didn't measure that properly. Okay, so I finally get to mess around with the stuff that I wanted to. So one thing I want to do is just try and knock out as many of those books as I can. So let's take that whist and read the 3 and the 3. There's still a chance that I can actually get all of these things read in time. So health. Health and... where are you, that old lost music? But I don't have Hill and Hollow! Sorry, I have Hill and Hollow. Horns and Ivories. I better hope that that's done within the minute. Oh, I got lucky. Okay. Skolakosophy will dissolve the limitations of my shaft. Okay, this is actually a really tough call for me to make, because the longer I delay the old moment, the more likely I am to eat a... Oh, hang on. Yeah, no. This is gonna suck. The Second Dawn, an old sun, red and low. This history is my last and greatest work, and in it that old red sun will return to a gentler, hungrier heaven. Now, we're going to get variations on the old red sun for each of the 3 memories, but I am kind of curious how they relate to those specific memories. So I think at the minimum, I've got 37 seconds on this one, so I'll go for it. The big thing I'm worried about here... Actually, let me just take a look at something. Disciplines of the Scar apparently is also a good way to get an old moment. That strikes me as quite a bit more manageable on my part. So let's do that at Nona's desk, because I'm almost... Oh, that's right, I don't have... No, that's fine, because we still... Yeah, we're not using my Foss this time around, so we'll take the mirror scope. The old moment needs a memory. Oh my god. Yeah, we're already at 10, so I can throw anything in here. Arab. There you go. Craft an old moment. Recall something lost, something scale aspected. Alright. Keep forgetting it's not just a scale-only thing. So, yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to be so bold on this that I'm actually going to go ahead and read the Cosley work now, because I only need a little bit of time. Like, it's a second for me to see what the scale thing is. And that way, we will have read all of the Newman texts. We'll go into Numa, we'll level up whatever else it is that I want. And again, leveling it up is really just a, you know, it's almost kind of taking a victory lap at this point. Yeah, and then we're essentially ready to move into the end game unless something really dramatic happens during Numa. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So with that, I do just want to take a second to make sure everything's sort of squared away. No, we want another level up for the Shapt. Okay. Nyctodromy. Can I get away with another Ascite altar? Looks like it. So this is going to take 3 minutes. There is a small worry here that this is going to take... This is probably going to take me through a little bit of Numa, but I also don't think that single... I don't think that single Shapt is going to move the needle on the things that I want to do, at least at the start of Numa. So I'm probably fine. But again, you kind of want to be careful about this stuff. Like, it's... one of the big things that I'm going to want to work out is... once I get the Fusine leveled up, once everything's sort of in place, I'm going to want to get a certain set of memories. I'm going to want to make the most of the thing that I've broken apart. And I don't get an unlimited supply of elements of the soul. I'm actually going to be quite constrained when it comes to that. So, you know, it's nice to keep an eye. But again, the Shapt will be... I don't know when I'm going to get it back, but the Shapt will be full. Like, it'll be ready to go when it is done. So... Anyways, the 3 and the 3, St. Chiavi manuscript. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of ours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all extant versions, this is the one that has best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No, outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The 3 who enforce it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, and that the Chancel is the judgment of Janus, and that Janus is the wound in the law. Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would, but if the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. So, let us learn more about the Red Low Sun. It always, for some reason, reminds me of the Time Machine whenever I see that text. I'm almost certain that is not the intended reference, but it's what I think of. The Second Dawn, an old sun red and low. This is the history, my last and greatest work, in which the Chancel at a crucial moment will be snared in its own rules, and the way will be clear for the old sun's return. Okay, and in an inescapable confinement, we will see the last of our human. Techniques for the perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Cosley proposes and describes confinement inescapable. Aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the Nowhere Hour named Snow. Second dawn, an old sun, red and low. The sun is broken, at war with all his aspects, but in this history there will be a prison for his worst self. The sun will be reconciled at last with his oldest nature, and so will I. All right, that is it. We are ready for Numa when it comes. As far as the other things to be done, so there is obviously some work with Fusine that's going to happen. There, I suppose, is a bit of a question in terms of... Yeah, so I mean, there might be, depending on what I get with Fusine being committed to a higher level, it might be that it gets me a certain skill. But I mean, most of my stuff is already at level 2. I definitely want to put that into bed. So I'm just trying to think, like, is there even an element of the soul that I would want to level up on the basis of the 1? I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. Doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So let's go through this. So my Faust is at level 3. So I guess if I got another Faust or another Whist, I would be able to see whether or not that could be turned into, you know, plus Faust. I'm assuming that doesn't happen. So that would leave me with Trist, Arab, and Metal. Well, even Shapt is actually moving up to level 3, so... Yeah, I mean, it would have to be a Trist, I guess? Trist or Arab. No, but then I would still need 4. Numa! At the threshold of Numa, the elaborate season, the season which only lasts a single day. And apparently it's storming during Numa. And, oh, this is exciting. Is there someone en route to Hush House? No. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Oh man, I kind of want to play through this, but I do need to wrap up for tonight, so, and this is a really good place to end. So, there is a small chance, actually, you know what, 0.9 seconds, I'm willing to, yeah, the stars move still, time runs, the clock will strike, Marlowe. Rowena, if I were here, this would comfort me. If I were here, I would reward you better than I now do. Count on a poet too. Charlatan, our daughter. Okay, so the deal is going to be this. I'm going to want to... So again, I'm going to want to crack... which was it? Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to crack Path and Pilgrim. We are going to... First of all, restore Path and Pilgrim back to 4. I could even bring it higher. Like, there's any number of things I can do with that. We're definitely going to level up Fusine with one of those. In fact, the first thing that I can do here, let's actually commit to this. Oh, that's right. I need to use an element of the soul. Ah, that's right. Okay. That brightness in the mist. Is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You will gain 8 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. For though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I do kind of want to see whether or not I'm going to be able to get Henneveck out of this. So, I'm going to do the same pattern that I did last time to figure out how this works. So we'll say Horizon Sight for the first one. Inescapable Confinement and an Old Moment for the second one. Earthquake Name. Enduring Reflection. And a Colt Scrap to get to 4. For Fusine. So that one just needs a Storm, and we're good to go. Oh man, we are laughing. Okay. So from there, Magaphine Mysteries, we can apply the Wormwood Dream. Okay, better still. The Earth sign goes here. So that's my first draft. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spoken for. So there'd be 3 of 3, so I need a total of 9. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to level up everything that I want. Uncanny Labors. The inn is crowded with numerous heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. Aunt Mopsy, oh, that is a shame. I was really hoping that it would be somebody who knew Kernwek Hennevek. But it is what it is. Collector of proverbs, connoisseur of wines, herald of the hour called Mare in the Tree. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here because it's been 6 hours, and I would still like to have some gameplay for the next, for the next stream. But I think we're in really good shape here. So, like I said, barring something really dramatic happening between the seasons, I suspect we're at the point now where I'm ready to, sort of commit a history. I'm not going to say which one. So, out of these books, long stream for me, unless it is Book of Hours, and then that's like an average stream for me. But yeah, it is definitely a long one for me, and it's quite late. And I do need to start knocking that stuff out because I'm adding an hour to my commute to the new job, so I am going to need to be a lot more disciplined on work. And it's just, all of my jobs are analysis jobs, but this is an analysis job on something that I think is really important and cool, and I want to do well. So yeah, I just can't afford to skip an hour, in bed to, to have fun. I really want to make sure I am sharp at work. So, but yeah, I think, so like I said, no guarantees. There's always something new to learn. But as long as these are the only Newman that I know, I'm gonna pick one of these. I know which one I want to go for. And if any of you have thoughts as to what that's going to be, you are naturally welcome to share them in the chat. So it does say that the end game starts when you write a you write a history. So there may be other steps. In fact, there very likely will be other steps. So far as I can tell, based on the other information from the game, essentially what I do is I write down the history and I present it at the Earl's U. But the fact that it says you start the end game suggests to me that there's probably intermediate steps. And of course, during those intermediate steps, I can do things like, try and find the last of the recipes or, all these other things that I've been doing. But like I said, the main focus, I think, is going to be on committing the history that I wanted and moving on. But before any of that happens, we are going to get through at least one more Numa. And from there, we can sort of decide what the most interesting things to do are. But I gotta go. So, thank you everybody for watching. I have quite a bit ahead of me for the weekend, actually. So, I don't really like working on my own time, but I do kind of want to leave things in a good place for my colleagues. So, I'll probably wind up sneaking in a little bit of work on my own. On top of that, what do we have here? Sorry, just give me a second here. Yeah, it's another followers only. That's a shame. Like, there's been a broadcaster who I've noticed has been doing Call to Simulator. But unfortunately, it's a follow-only chat, and I don't really feel good hosting that stuff because, like, what are you going to do? You're going to follow them so you can interact with them? Like, that, you know, it's maybe not... I don't know. It doesn't quite feel right, so... but yeah, anyways... Like I said, I got a lot of work ahead of me over the weekend. On Monday, I will record the YouTube episodes Monday. I will be back for Book of Hours. I don't know if it will be the last one. I do know one big question right now is just what on earth is going to happen in this game, right? We've been in things that are new for me basically for the whole game. But this truly is like, who knows how this thing ends up. So like I said, that's why I didn't want to be too committed on, you know, saying what my Newman was going to be, just because there's other stuff that can change. But I definitely do intend to write that final history and take the steps that the game recommends. But that'll be happening Monday. I think probably at this point, I think more or less people have figured out that the game is going to be... This is going to be the game that I'm focusing on until I beat it. For those of you that are specifically here for Book of Hours, that is also going to mean that I'm going to take a bit of a break from Book of Hours. And the main reason for that is I don't know when House of Light is coming out. But it is fair to say I have not deleted a single save for Book of Hours that is not rendered... So as long as I have not deleted a single save since the game has been released. I have deleted the beta saves because the beta saves are incompatible with subsequent versions. So there's just no point in keeping those around. They're going to cause problems. And I intend to complete every game that I have started. Now, some of those will be done on YouTube, some of those will be done on Twitch. But yeah, so once we finish Book of Hours, I'm going to take a bit of a break from it. We will definitely be doing some more Cyberpunk, some more Cobalt Core, some more Phantom Brigade, which I think is due for an update within the next month or so. There will be more... Well, I don't want to say a couple of them, because I think a couple of them... we'll finish Soma. And then there's a couple of games which I think people have forgotten I even started, but I'll also be returning to and wrapping those up. But obviously there's a lot to do on that schedule already. But thank you all for sharing Book of Hours with me. I don't really have that many people to host tonight, but I do notice that Kilgore Trout is still doing Max Payne 3. So I will leave you in his capable hands, because he will be, I think he tends to go quite late, so I figure that that's not a bad one to leave you all with. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Again, thank you, Dendrian, for the host. Thank you for the follows today. Lavabot, along with, I feel like there was another follow, but I don't recall off the hand. And just the tip, if you're still around, really appreciate you coming back and saying hello. I don't remember everyone just because I don't have the memory for that kind of detail. But it is always nice to see names from an earlier time coming in. I never take attendance, but it is always nice to see that people still remember the broadcast. Anyways, enjoy your weekends, everybody. We'll see you in a couple of days. Take care until then.